I'll have you know, Fiona, I'm a consummate professional. Delicious. Whoa, friend. Got Fiona heckling me from the other room already. It's been one of those days. I could be a consummate professional. It could happen. Ah. No, but seriously, I was saying this to Baron when we started. I'm digging this, like, Final Fantasy 15, like Golden Keys jam.
Like I said, this is like the best Patreon that I've ever stumbled across. Because if you just shout them out, which go check out D20 Music on Patreon, they just let you use their music, and that's dope.
Oh, actually, do you have a link for him? Because I'll chuck it in.
Yeah. It's like Music D20. D20 Music.
Wunderbar.
Of the Virtuoso tier, apparently.
Here's me trying to remember how to spell character names. We're at that level of... We're going to need a whole bunch of recap.
It's been a while. This is the first Memnol of the new year.
It is. It is. God, it's been a feckin' age and a half. Check. Sorry. I'll show it to everybody when you get in. I'm just I'm checking Emberlin's spelling of their name. Yeah, that's almost how I got it. Oh no, I did spell it right. Oh, check me the hell out.
Also, apparently I'm quite quiet on your end.
Okay.
I don't think I've changed anything, so...
Sorry about this for a second, friends. I got you at 140%.
I probably just have the mic close to my face normally. Shuffle it, there we go. That might help.
Okie dokie. Oh, sorry, Wraith, and obviously, our wonderful neighborhood Lucifer, Zap Tap, Wato friends, come on in. We're just getting everybody in through the door. So if you want to get a cup of tea, if you want to get a bevy before we get started, Baron will introduce you to the characters and plays as they pertain. And then we'll probably end up causing some Dungeons and Dragons flavored mischief. I punched a guy with fiery death last time we played. That was fucking cool. That was fucking cool. Sorry.
Okay, where
Still
did they
good.
move the stupid, like, manually adjust your mic's setting thing to in Windows? They keep moving where it is and making it harder and harder to find.
Because of reasons!
There we go. God.
Do you ever feel like maybe a bunch of people who designed like escape rooms or puzzle books just ended up moving into UX design? Like, yes, and for our latest update, I have buried several new options in many menus, and you must solve my riddles 3.
Basically. And I swear, every time Windows updates, they just, like, embed it one step further into a menu.
Yeah.
Like, you have to go through 4 different menus to just find this one thing that is realistically what you're trying to find anyway.
Yes,
Now,
yes, hello, sir. Yeah, no, I understand you've gone through the standard troubleshooting procedures, but I'm having a look at my system here, and it says you haven't acquired the wolf key from the grand dining room, and you don't have the red diamond, so you need to get both of those before we can get into the main options menu.
What is this Chips challenge bullshit?
Right? But I won't hear a bad word against Chip and his challenges. That's my fucking youth.
I have actually beat that game. It's one of the few... It was one of the first video games that I actually, like, beat.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Jumping back into chat. Asari, Clank, the Sandwich Hungers, Kisa, Wato friends. Coming in. Kisa wants chips, and the Sandwich Hungers is calling us nerds. Takes one to know one. No, Dorcas, there will not be shark hugging. Zap tap. You must solve my UI riddle. One of these option menus only tells the truth. The other only lies. Which kind of feels like microphone settings in Windows.
Basically.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Dodge was just pointing out that in one of the previous episodes, Glassjaw was talking about looking for mimic parts. We never followed up on that. We did not. I was too busy busting a pit fight, getting into some shit.
Yeah, you guys have a bunch of like threads you could pull on today. But before we get into that, we'll have to level you up because you technically leveled.
Woohoo!
I finally went through and like calculated all the experience you got from guesses and beating that half orc or half ogre.
Well, I tell you what, should we do Emblin's leveling stuff before we get into like intro and things? Because like Zap Tap and there's a few new peeps in, so I think the recap is going to be a nice little roll in. But having a look at Emblin's sheet before we kick off proper will be good to give everybody a grounding as to how much nonsense is going to be going on.
Yeah. And you can actually roll for your hit points since you know what your Constitution modifier is now.
Ooh. Because I have been keeping track of the rolls we've been doing on that. Friends, I'm so glad all of you lot are playing this with me, because I would be pretty useless. Utopia Heart, what ho, friend.
It's also quite nice having a league of shadow DMs I can just get to do some back-end stuff for me. That's fun. I can just be like, excuse me, guys, I don't have the time or the mental bandwidth to do this. Could one of you make me a map? And then I just have a map like an hour later.
Yeah, the Shadow DMs League is terrifying in what they can create in such a short space of time. Oh, how's the Discord session been going?
Pretty good. It's been quite fun. It's currently stalled out because nobody has voted on what to do next, but other than that, it's been quite fun. They are currently playing because it's basically just Memnull but in text form and slightly different setting. They're playing a non-binary Tabaxi, who as of yet is not named.
Wait, which one of the Tabaxis aren't the bird people? They're the...
No, they're the cat people.
Cat people. Chef should have bloody known.
No, the bird people are the, well, there's a couple different bird people. There's the Kenku, which are like flightless bird people. And then there's the Arnkar, which are, I think they can fly.
Okay. Oh, jumping back into chat. So, Vanderbeest, Watto, good morning. Ikoa, I aim to start at noon Seattle time. Sometimes that gets a bit wibbly as a concept, I will be the first to admit. And we usually start late for Blackout Club because the devs asked us to start later. So we do. Yo, Baron, I don't want to put the fucking pressure on you, mate, but Asari has put us on the big telly this morning. So we are proper TV watching. I'm alright, proud of that. White Wolf Mystery, Watto, friend, hello. Dill, Watto, and Vanderbeest, thank you for the pie glass. Dill's like almost to level 4 with no idea what our stats. Just gonna take a feat. Yup. It's never stopped us before. Actually, yeah, so I can move us over to main screen and we can... Oh, no, actually, let me bang out a tweet. And add the sponsored by Roll20 because I'm a feckin' Egypt today. Just forgetting our sponsors, casual will feck ups.
Just will overguard things.
Oh, Strags is saying that Strags is saying we should mention we put you on the TV from now and then. Well, yeah, I've seen your telly, Strager. It's fucking massive. No one needs that close up on my face. Oh. Oh, feck it. Okay, we've started a thing. Clank's gonna put us on the telly after they're done with spreadsheets. Shit. We're gonna be like...
So season 1, Memnol Pizza was the meme. Season 2 is being on the telly.
Season 2 be on the telly. I need somebody to put in 2 bits. You know, I would never ask any of you to give money for any superfluous reason, but we're almost at 369.69. We're 2 bits away. No! It was too many bits! Aperios! No!
The memes.
You were supposed to be the chosen one! Greyjoy was like, here's 2 I tried. Oh. Sorry. Aperios, Greyjoy, Vanderbeest, thank you for throwing bits in. You know, you keep my dumb ass alive, so thank you. Oh. And once again, Baron Sheep, for all the work you put in behind the scenes. Cheers to you, friend. Right. Bang out a tweet, leveling, Emberlin, and then let's get into this mess. Yo! Okay, the noise of that has completely disappeared. However, Steppergen, thank you kindly. Gifted a sub to Neopale, who I should have said hello to, but I didn't, because I'm a jerk. Neopale, what ho, Steppergen, thank you. And Compliment Cap, we're doing good. I was only a teeny tiny bit late.
Heard that one.
Deus, thank you kindly for the $2. I do not know why they did not do a read. Handing me a sensor button. Now those kind of bits. Terror. Reterra.
Alright. I think, yeah, today is a 2 energy drink kind of day.
Oh, I've got
So
I've got 2 in the wings, like ready to go. Assassin's Creed style. I'm just gonna launch them from my wristbands.
So I'll be right back.
What then? Harmonious. Harmonious. I hope you have a lovely day. It's always lovely to see people stopping in.
And
Roll20 app, not Roll20. That's a very different account. Alrighty. Look at me doing my job. Almost finished the tweet. So, Osterline, Watto. Who else have I not said a proper hello to? I think I said a proper hello to Strager, so Watto, friend. Oh, Strager's adding that the Unavowed's going to be an event with a big TV. Oh, yes. No, the Unavowed's going to be a whole heap of... I saw Camille's been doing the Blackwell series as well, which... Ah, oh, damn. So good.
sorry, the cat that does not exist just went past. And she is adorable.
I mean, Strakes, she might beat me to it. Looking at the calendar, we've got games booked in for quite some time. I mean, better than being bored, right?
Yeah.
Alright. Tweet has been dispensed. Pucha! There we go. Alright, now I never need to look at Twitter ever again. So friends, while we're getting set up, you've all still got time if you want to grab a cup of tea, grab a cup of coffee, an energy drink, blood of your foes.
God, now it's making noise.
I don't know why it didn't for the other.
I don't know. It's probably just back end having a hiccup.
Streamlabs. Punspector, thank you for 100 bits. Saying we should build a whole fleet of tieflings who throw boiled leaves as a cantrip and call them tieflings. Alright, let's get Emblin's character up. Oh my word. Terrors the lot of you. Alright. Nope, that's just my face massively close up. That is not the character sheet at all.
It's very different.
Wait a second, that's not my face at all. There we go. Okie dokie Lokies. So what do you need me to do?
So first of all, we need to roll your hit dice. So you will roll a d8, and since you know your constitution, +3.
1d8 plus 3. Also, Catfish Water Dancer. Watto. Catfish was saying, Happy New Year, Baron.
Oh, thank you.
It has... Oh, God. It's weird hearing that. It's still March.
It's still March.
It's new March Plus is coming up. Get new boss weapons.
God, I wish.
Alright. 1d8 plus 3. 5. Oh, goody. It's going to be one of those rolling days.
All right, congrats. Your max HP goes up by 5.
Need to alarm you.
We're up to 31 HP. Sorry, Fiona's been rolling around blunts at the moment. And
Joints.
Okay,
Some blunts are wrapped in a different paper.
This is my life now.
Joints about the size of your head.
That's
fatty.
That is a fatty boomalati. Thank you for sharing this with us.
You're welcome.
Once again, marijuana is legal in the state of Washington. Just Bacon Avenger was like full screen Will. Can you imagine what that looked like on the telly? Super close Will.
Yep. All right, let's see. At 4th level. Oh, so technically you would get an ability score improvement, or take a feat, because it's one or the other. So either you can take an ability score improvement to one of the ability scores that you know, which I think you only know your con. Yeah, you only know your con.
Take a feat. Take a feat.
All right. So taking
incremental improvements that might improve my chance of stability? Hell no, it's feat time.
Feats, there we go. All right. Somebody has a feat that they think Will should take. As long as he has the prerequisite stats and whatever for it, I will allow him to take it. Also, I believe your number of cantrips and spell slots and stuff goes up too.
Yes.
Let's see, feats. So you got alert, athlete. You're not an athlete. Actor, charger, crossbow expert, defensive duelist, dual wielder.
I like the idea that a defensive duelist isn't necessarily one who specializes in 1v1 combat defense, but someone who is very defensive about their chosen profession. No, duelist is a real No, because I can duel people for money. It's a real job. No, I'm not a crazed person with a sword. That's a mugger. Sorry, please continue.
There's a difference.
There's a difference, Mum. Why you gotta be like this? Dual wielding, that's just twice as much fire.
I'm a shift manager, not a line cook, Mom.
That's a duelist.
Dungeon Delver, durable. Oops.
Okay, but dungeon durable. Oh no, fuck it. I killed the joke. Please continue.
Elemental Adept. The ability to cast just one spell. When you gain this feat, choose one of the following damage types: acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. Spells you cast ignore resistances to damage of those of chosen type. In addition, when you roll damage for a spell you cast that deals damage of that type, you can treat any one on the damage die as a 2. You can go.
So what you're telling me is more fire.
Yes.
Elemental-
Grappler, Great
Right.
Weapon Master.
I'm actually
Healer.
going to break the streak. I'm going to write down Elemental Adept Fire, because fire.
Healer, heavily armored.
And
Heavy-
also
Heavy Armor Master. Inspiring Leader.
do inspire.
Keen Mind.
We do inspire our little cobalt friendo. Our little... Oh, how have I gone blank on?
Lightly Armored. Linguist. Lucky. Which is actually a really kind of broken feat.
Like broken like entertaining, or broken like ha ha?
It's broken in that you have 3 luck points. Whenever you make an attempt to roll an ability check or saving throw, you can spend 1 luck point to roll an additional d20. You can choose to spend 1 of your luck points after you roll the die, but before the outcome is determined. You choose which of the d20s to use in the attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. So basically, you can just get free rolls to try and save yourself.
That's just a wee bit powerful. Also, very quickly, Blue Abomination, Watto friends. Coming in. We are just leveling Emberlin now before we do recap and get back into it. And yeah, for ZapTap and people new, it's going to be me and all of you lot playing this together. So any thoughts or feels you have on what's going on? I'm going to be... what did we decide for Emberlin? What everyone else is... the voices in their head. Did we decide?
I think we were just going with voices in his head still.
Okay. Sorry, Baron,
His
you're saying.
internal monologue. Mage Slayer, Magic Initiate, Martial Adept, Medium Armor Master.
I'm hearing
moderately armored.
I'm hearing a lot of exercise and not feeling it, to be honest.
Mounted Combat. I don't know. Mage Slayer sounds kind of cool. Mounted Combat, Observant.
Mage
Polearm
Slayer
Master.
sounds like a really horrible nickname somebody got in high school. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds awesome, but the story behind it is like a tragic house party.
Yeah, it's like when they sat down on a stool and it failed, and then they
Yeah.
got a rod up the bum or something. I don't know.
Oh, look out! There goes old Mage Slayer. Hey. Yeah, no, they moved 3 continents away to get away from that nickname.
Yeah. Oh, mobile, which actually Hex has the mobile feat, which is super useful. It increases your movement speed and let's see what else. When you use the dash action, difficult terrain doesn't cost extra movement. And when you make a melee attack against a creature, you don't provoke opportunity attacks from the creature for the rest of that turn, whether you hit or not. So you can go in, attack, and then back out.
Ooh. Runs in, just smacks him, runs back. Ha
Yeah. Polearm Master, Woof, Resilient,
That's it.
Ritual Caster,
Damn it. Sorry, I'm slow on the fan. I'm still getting up to speed. I'm sorry, dude. No, Windows.
Savage Attacker.
Sorry, what was the one you woofed at?
The one I woofed at was Polearm Master.
Woof. Thank you. Sorry, I had to get that in.
Savage Attacker, Sentinel, Sharpshooter. Might not be bad, given your pistol.
Pistol doesn't get as much action as it does for styling.
Shield Master, Skilled, Skulker.
It's just miserable as a feat. What are they doing over there? Skulking.
Spell Sniper, also might be good. Tavern Brawler, Tough.
Hey,
Warcaster.
Tavern Brawler is not a feat, it's a fucking lifestyle, let's be honest.
I mean, Tavern Brawler increases your strength or constitution score by 1, up to 20. You're proficient with improvised weapons and unarmored skills. Your unarmored strike uses a D4 for damage instead of just I think it's just like 2 by default. Or
All right.
something.
It's in the contending because it makes me laugh, but I am gonna write it down as Barroom Hero because of Dropkick Murphys.
Tough. Warcaster also would not be terrible.
Okay. Warcasters, I don't know, just fighty mage, right?
Yeah, you have the advantage on Constitution saving throws that make you maintain your concentration on spells when you take damage.
Yeah.
So if you're doing a concentration spell, you get advantage to maintain it. You can perform somatic components of spells even when you have a weapon or shield in one or both hands.
Okay.
When hostile creature movement provokes an opportunity to attack from you, you can use the reaction to cast a spell at the creature rather than making it an opportunity attack.
Friends, Roll20 just gave us a host. Killed my coffee. I'm a class act today, friends.
Class act.
Roll20 lot, how are you all doing? Happy almost New March Plus.
And finally, Weapon Master.
Meh. Okay. So War Mage sound awesome. What was Spell Sniper again? Because some people
You have
suggested
learned techniques to enhance your attacks with certain kinds of spells, gaining the following benefits. As I scroll back up to the top of the page. When you cast a spell that requires you to make an attack roll, the spell's range is doubled. Your ranged spell attacks ignore half cover and 3/4 cover. You learn one cantrip that requires an attack roll. Choose the cantrip from Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, Warlock, or Wizard spell list. Your spell ability for this cantrip depends on the spell list you chose from. Charisma for Bard, Sorcerer, or Warlock, Wisdom for Cleric or Druid, and Intelligence for Wizard. So you basically can snipe people with your spells, also you get an extra spell. And your range is like doubled on all of your spells.
That's not too shabby. So Compliment Cap, Watto, is asking if we're using Xanatar's Guide.
Yes, you could also use that one. I do own that, so we are. This is just the default player's handbook ones that I just read through. But yes, I own most of the core rulebooks. So if anybody wants to suggest a feat from any of those, because I know some of them do have additional feats, throw them in. This is one of those weird things where a lot of people know the feat list or like the spell lists better than I do, actually.
I think that's a hell of a skill. I've never been one for choosing feats and abilities for anything other than this will be fun.
Yeah.
Compliment Cap, you'll have to give it a repost. Oh, Geesa's like, just use Google. It's always hard to know on the D&D site list and stuff which ones are associated with which books. So I've just been keeping it to like core rules when I've been researching, because like they have the Acquisitions Inc. books and stuff in there, which I feel like if you were doing that kind of like thematic universe would be very, very good. But it would feel weird to have aggressive retail-based skills in this campaign.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you will know one more cantrip and one more spell.
So we get to we get to pick two.
Yep.
We're going shopping. Oh feck. So yeah, friendos, if you need to grab yourself a cup of tea or some snacks, now's the time, because we're going Emberlin spell shopping. Axes makes a point. Buy every campaign should have war blimps. So most of the world we're in for this one is Baron's. Homebrew sounds like such an old throwaway term. It is a world of Baron's crafting, and there are feckin' sky whaling boats. I almost said sharks there. Fuck my life.
There are sky sharks too.
Oh, good. Hooray. Crafted, Kisa, I think is the word I'm looking for. Handcrafted, thank you. Also, axes, or axes, as I shortened it. Watto and welcome. Coming in. We're just leveling up Emberlin. picking some feats and picking some spells, and then we'll do recap. Comp saying, oh, okay, thing I can't pronounce. Flames of Plagothius? Plagothius. Which, the only reason I'm thinking about that one is when casting a spell that deals fire damage, you can wreath your body in a flame that harms anyone who attacks you. Like, actually being able to go full, like, Flame Saiyan mode.
Pretty dope.
That'd be pretty dope. So, the flames are going on there. Flames of... What was that, Will? There's a flames of... It's Latin for... No, I got nothing. If I thought I could come up with something good, I'd take another run-up on that joke, but it's dead. It's dead, Jim. So, okay, as much as I want to take Barroom Hero, I think that's not going to happen. Deus with flare up. Is that glitter? No, it's flammable glitter.
All glitter's flammable if it's aerosol properly.
Possibly. Oh, I just found out about the whole geological nonsense when it comes to ice, and I'm still recovering from that.
Which thing?
Oh, okay. I only found this out this week as one of the Green Brothers was posting about it. That in geological circles, ice is considered a rock. Which isn't too bad. However, this is the point where it gets messy. So, lava, molten lava, is a term referring to any rock that becomes so hot that it turns into a liquid state, right?
Yeah.
So water from ice is technically lava, and I'm still reeling from this nonsense nonsense error in geology.
Geology did the task failed successfully thing.
Yep. And it was one of those ones where I saw the video and I was like, no. So I crawled down a wiki hole and came back upset. Yeah, caffeine, it's a logical fallacy. It's wrong, but by the track of logic, it's correct. Thanks, I hate it, I believe is the internet term. Okay, so Elemental Adept Fire. That one's more... We are now very good at doing fire. We get... ones become 2 when we're doing fire damage. And there was something else spicy about it.
You ignore people's resistance to fire.
Okay, so anyone who would usually be resistant to fire gets burnt anyway. Haha.
Yeah, so like you could be fighting another tiefling and they're like, haha, you can't use fire against me, I'm a tiefling. And you're like, haha, magic fire, bitches.
Yeah, this fire just got spicy. Oh, bow rats, Watto, coming in. So that fits with the overall. But the flames of awkwardly spelt pond, we get to actually have flames coming from us. And considering our last fight, like, for style points, that would fit. So, did our last fight, our 1v1 with a fecking, was it an ogre or something?
He was a half ogre, yeah.
With a half ogre. We went 1v1 in a fecking barroom brawl. No, sorry, a backroom, like, no holds barred duel. It was a fucking pit fight, let's be honest. But we did like a cool, like, we called upon our deity to give us strength, and then we kicked the shit out of that guy with fire. So, and Dodges, I can't look at Discord while we're doing this because Baron and I are currently on Discord chatting.
Yeah.
So feel free to like throw details in here. That's what this is for.
I pulled it up too.
Oh, cool. So that's the thing, is I feel like either of these feats is kind of from that. So, did coming out of this pit fight give us fire that burns hotter? Or did we gain this kind of like cloak of flames? That's the way I'm looking at it.
Because I could totally see you like ending the fight and then just like erupting in flame as you level up.
Right?
You do the proper RPG like bright light emanating from you for a second as you level up.
You can see the flare of it in this dark, dingy, like hidden. Sorry, I'm kind of like spoiling the recap a little bit, but before the new year in our last session, because of a bunch of stuff we'll go into, Emberlyn, we decided to go to a bar, get a drink, and then realized there was some weird, shady stuff going on in the back. So we went to go have a look, and it was just like it was like an off-the-books gambling pit fight. So we're talking like this dark, sunken pit hidden behind a tavern kind of place. And so we went in there, and we got into some mischief. And throughout that whole fight, I loved the idea that because it's so dingy, there's only a bit of light on the pit for the fighters. So each time we're throwing flames, the whole place brightens up. And the idea at the end of it just goes... But yeah, and Aikoa, I also agree with you. Fire so hot it burns even things that are immune to fire is so Emberlyn. So... Oh, Sandwich says, if the area was small enough, if we got through enough of the fire, we'd be doing like the blue flame. Which is pretty fucking stylish.
Yeah.
These are the choices, friends. If I have to make a call, I'm actually going to go with Elemental Fire Adept, because I like the idea that now by proving themselves to the Queen of Embers, they can now burn anyone. Blue Flame Magic Hot Fire.
It's just turning into Yu-Gi-Oh cards at this point. I summon Blue Flame Magic Hot Fire.
Well, you haven't considered my trap card.
Fire extinguisher. What?
What? No. Oh, God. Wraith's like, I'm on board for that. Reward from our queen. Caffeine's now seeing Emberlyn as Hades from the old Disney Hercules movie. What? Yeah, Kisa, all hail. Queen of Embers, all hail. Yeah, okay, so Baron, I would like to take Elemental Fire Adept, please. Elemental Adept Fire.
Oops, I don't know why it added it twice, but it did.
Sorry, String of Please was like, Blue Eyes White Dragon, why yes, I also speak Yu-Gi-Oh!
Alright, and then you get one more cantrip and one more spell.
Oh, that was so hard to pick that stuff last time.
Yep.
Okay, so friends, here's what we've got. Let me take you through. Oh no, I don't want to cast it. I just want to. There we go. So this is what we're currently packing. We've got for cantrips, Eldritch Blast, Thaumaturgy. That's the one. Thaumaturgy, Sacred Flame, and Produce Flame. You'll notice a theme. Our regular spells, our level 1 spells, we've got Burning Hands, Hellish Rebuke, and Hex, and Darkness. I think. Well, sorry, Darkness is our level 2. Feckin' Darkness was so cool. We didn't use it for fighting.
I used it to run away.
No, remember, dude, we used it for fucking, like, dramatic effect after the fight. So good!
I just noticed there's a 7th level spell called Finger of Death.
Fuck yes. Only because it then allows me to canonically scream Burning Finger when we kill people. Oh yeah, food. I forgot people have to do that. Thank you. That's toast. I was like, oh shit, yeah, human beings need to eat to live.
Yeah.
So Kisa, we've just hit level 4. I mean, Stringer, you're right. It could be the wee pinky finger of death, but I don't know. I've been binging a lot of G Gundam, and so being able to scream, "Shining finger!" and then murder someone amuses me greatly. Look, you can take the boy out of the mech, but you can't take the mech out of the boy. All right? Yes, I know we're playing D&D, not Stars Without Number. Okay. For Finger of Death, do we have to specify the finger ahead of time?
I don't know. I would have to look at the actual spell.
Now, I don't want... because Stringer's suggesting to, like, flip the bird to kill people. That would have to be your character's move, Baron. I couldn't take that from you, but I love the idea of just being able to be like, blam! Flip someone the bird and they just die.
Yeah. Also, again, that's a 7th level spell, so you don't have access to that yet. So
We've got a while. We've got a while. All right. Shit. What was the what was the good spell list? Was it D&D Beyond? Was the good quickfire one?
I believe so. Yeah.
Tools. Oh, here we go. Spells. Warlock. What do we need? We need cantrip and first.
And second.
Oh, wait. So we did get. Wait, we get one of each. God, there was like
No,
one.
so you get spells known, and because all warlocks always cast everything at max level, you can have up to level 2 spells.
Oh shit. Actually, we'll do cantrips. We'll do cantrip first, because that's an easier one.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll do and Kisa, I do not know why text is so hard to read. I think did we already create bonfire? No. That always seemed like a good idea.
Actually, I think you did, and I haven't added it yet, because it was one of the ones that wasn't in my thing, so I had to manually add it.
It's in the book, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. Sorry, to those of you who just joined us, when we get to recap, and I'll crack open the actual, the box, Emblin's actual book of spells, shit's gonna get real. I like that Friends is a cantrip. Friendship, yay!
Yeah.
Love me! Yo! Okay, it's popping off. While I was nattering on like an idiot, some lovely Mother Hubbard just gifted out 5 subs. Whoever that was, freaking legend, thank you kindly. So the Spooky Ghost Hunter tagged Winged Lioness, Atari Silver, Brawlertron, Axes, and Lead... Is that Lead Fiend?
Yes.
So, whoever that was, fecking thank you, y'all.
Fish's Mockery does sound very on brand for Emberlin. Because Kiza was suggesting either Minor Illusion, Mage Hand, Vicious Mockery for cantrips. One of those.
Vicious Mockery is kind of cool.
Also, there's one called... Oh, it's Circus Mentor. I don't know that one. That's why. I was like, I've never even heard this spell. It's because I don't own that book.
See, this is where I always get confused, because this isn't giving me Vicious Mockery as a cantrip. So that's just shenanigans. Wait a second. Where am I picking from with cantrips for warlocks? Is it from everywhere in the planet? This is why I love doing this with all of you lot, because I'm mostly inept when it comes to... Oh, and Guinea Pig Nation's giving us a host. Thank you, Nuggies. Oh. El Garpo, just toast. Just toast, because I forgot to eat.
Oh yeah, apparently this mockery is bard only unless you take a feat.
And Caffeine, thank you for the 100 bits, you terror. Thank you. We almost got 369.69. We were so close. Okay, that's Mage Initiate Bard. Okay. So we don't have any... We don't have too much nonsense. Alright. Is it...
What is up with the alerts? Like, half of them are sounding, half of them aren't.
I'm going to have to go into the back end. I'm sure Streamlabs decided that my life was too easy and that I needed to turn on complications. Why do I feel like that's going to be...
I didn't realize Told It was a warlock as well.
So out of these ones, like someone was suggesting Mage Hand. Mage Hand is entertaining. Oh, you terror! Okay, sorry. J-Post, Tarlicus, thank you for the 100 bits both as well. Feckin' terrors. However, if we take Mage Hand, we agree only to use it for thematic silliness, not for any kind of, like, system-breaking bollocks.
You don't want to get shrink Hex down and then pick up Hex with Mage Hand?
Oh, don't give me ideas! Because then he can basically feckin' like Goku dab on a cloud, zip around the battlefield. No one's ready for that. Honey, I Shrunk the everyone.
Also, I think Shrink is a wizard-only spell, if I remember right.
Okay. However, I don't know, maybe it's because I've been talking a lot about Half-Life Alyx recently. The idea of using a Mage Hand to snap things to our grip in a cool manner seems kind of awesome. See, Sandwich Hungers isn't wrong that Minor Illusion would be fun, but that feels a little too obfuscatey. Like when Emberlin's going, there's no faking the flame, you know what I mean? We make the fire, we don't fake it. Alright, taking Mage Hand. Done.
Okay. I will add that to your character sheet because I think that's one I could just add quickly.
Yep. Mage Hand. And we need to pick an spell, right?
Yep, of first or second level.
Okay. First level, second level. I do like this. We can just filter Warlock spells. Spoiler, there's a lot. So first thing, like, what fits Emberlin thematically? Does it set shit on fire? Does it facilitate setting shit on fire? We took Darkness, which was awesome. Witch Bolt, sadly, is Flame. We've already got Hellish Rebuke. Yeah? Yeah, we've got Hellish Rebuke. Yeah.
Misty Step would be dope as fuck. You could go full-born anime, like, and now I'm behind you.
Oh, and you're on fire! Sandwich says, like, Shadowblade for having access to a magic weapon. I mean, that's cool, but Emberlin's already been given a weapon by their patron, their deity. And it would be...
Which, for the record, you're not sure if it's magic or not.
Yeah.
You've never checked.
I mean, it's a cool looking axe. We've never had cause to use it, but it's with us, like an emotional support axe. Like, I feel like getting a magical blade that we can summon from the ether, it's kind of like buying a second tea maker when you haven't made a cuppa in like 3 months, you know?
Yeah.
But this kettle I can summon from the ether. Well, that's great, but you're not making tea these days.
Actually, how does Shadow Blade work?
Raid says,
don't
would
give me-
checking if it's magic offend our queen? Do you mean like if you go on the internet and check how much a Christmas gift is? Wait a second, this came from Alibaba! Oh, I make myself laugh. Sandwich has mind spike, but flavor it as bad puns. If we're hurting somebody, we're burning somebody. Okay, so far, Misty Step is going... Sorry, I'm being a terrible host. So Misty Step, if we go for it, means we're briefly surrounded by a silvery mist, and then we teleport 30 feet to an unoccupied space. So it allows us to do some cool bullshit, which is...
And I will just, because it's solely for the sake of like thematic things, like we can say that it's like a brief flash of fire instead of a misty.
Oh! All right, friends, if you've got a better solution, say so, but I don't think we're going to top that.
We'd even like rename it to like Fiery Step or something. Cause fuck it. Misty Fire Feats.
Yeah. So Keith was suggesting mirror image, but mirror images can't attack as well. They're just like they're not like shadow clones. They're just like distraction techniques, right?
I think so.
No.
Also, I'm now realizing that you could, if you took Misty Step and with your Eldritch Blast power up, if you were like on the edge of a cliff, you could just blink behind somebody and then Eldritch Blast them over the cliff.
Yeah. Misty Step.
All
Misty
right,
Step is
so
our new spell. We are going full Animu nonsense.
All right. And you took your feet. So yeah, that is leveling up.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of like the light novel name of this season of Null. So I awoke on a boat with fire powers, so what? That time I got pressed into servitude by an eldritch being. Okie dokie. So I can close that.
So the internet's all like, oh, 8-foot vampire lady. And you're like, bitch, I serve as god of fire.
Yep. We've been all about the giant ladies for a lot longer. Oh, I just can't believe they're making a Resident Evil game just for me. It's so strange.
Like, and you thought all those handwritten letters were for nothing.
Okay. Emberlin is leveled. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, you've got an understanding of our character and what we're up to, I hope. Or at least our abilities. Deus, no. And also Deus, yes. Okay. So, I think we're ready to roll intro. Get these... roll intro, do recap, and then continue these grand adventures.
All right.
Do you need anything else before we kick off?
I was just going to grab a beer while we ran the intro video.
Okay.
So, I will mute the music on my end.
All right, so without further ado, ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, welcome back to Memory Equals Null, Season 2, Episode 4. And this one is called Making Waves. Where's the button? I sorted this. Promise. Ha ha! And you all thought I was gonna feck it up. Ha ha! One and all, welcome to Memno!
They do make a good point. We should probably update that thing to not say gratuitous mechs anymore.
Mate, I just assumed that was foreshadowing.
Just steampunk arcane powered mechs.
Magitech's Magitech's legit.
Turns out your ship can transform.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Baron. Don't threaten me with a good time. Okay, let's get our tunes going. Let's recap these lovely Mother Hubbards and the Sandwich Hungers. Thank you for 10 months, you feckin' lich.
Alright, let's get the... Yeah, that works. So, welcome to Wrinkles Null. You are all collectively playing the same character, so if you have any suggestions for things to do, snappy one-liners, people you want to, I don't know, stab in the bum, or in the chat.
We're all in this together, alright?
Yeah. So previously, your character had a vision and were getting a missive by somebody calling themselves the Queen of Embers. And then you awoke on a boat that is flying in the middle of the ocean with no memory and no knowledge of who you are or what you're doing other than the brief vision you had. You flew to an island, you made friends with some priests, you went on a couple missions. Turns out you're part of some kind of hunters guild. You went on a couple missions.
Things for money.
You adopted a tiny little kobold child.
He wanted to be a hunter. Now he works with us.
Yeah. And yeah, you ended up saving a drow from one of the islands who has apparently been trapped there, kind of suspended in time for like 400 years. And now she's in charge of the Hunters Guild because they're very seniority based.
Yeah, she outranks them all by several hundred years, and that caused some problems.
Yeah. One of the factions of the Hunters Guild tried to kill her to keep her out of power. You helped her escape in the middle of a coup, which not okay with how much foreshadowing that episode had. But there was a Turtle Paladin coup that happened on the island you were on. They were claiming heresy was going on the island because the island was was governed by the priests. So they were seizing control, and you decided, being the fact that you think you worship the god that they're having problems with, it was a good idea to leave.
Yeah.
While leaving, you witnessed a fight between one of the turtles and his commander, because this turtle does not agree that they should be taking power like they were. You all escaped together. You traveled to a new island called Tajema, which is where there's a bunch of different things. It's where the main Hunters Guild is. It's also where the Mages Guild is housed, as well as Artem Industries, which is who made your boat.
I'm going to try and Firandrith was the first place we went to.
Firandrith.
So that was a huge island with a massive observatory for observing the stars of which the gods themselves are said to imbue. And then we went to the new place, to Gemma.
Yep.
I got it right for a change, yeah! Now this is almost like a sunken city of sorts, with a huge magic dome, like keeping the waters from crashing down in and sinking this little city. You know, safe stuff like that.
Yeah. You got the whole her being in control thing sorted. She's reinstituting the council, because at some point when it was founded, there was just a council of like elders, and they kind of decided the way the guild was going. At some point they shifted off that, but she's like, I'm in charge and I want the council back. So she's shifting it back over to that. You decided to go and have a little trundle around the city. You went into a tavern, which, what was the name of the tavern? Because it was hilarious.
Well,
it was like the Moby Corgi or something.
The war turtle that we had with us was very devout, and we had to kind of shake up his worldview a little bit and demonstrate. Well, because for him, the gods are these concepts, these ideas, these deities to be worshipped in the stars, and we're like, yeah, we kind of hang out with one of them, and then we met another one of them, and she was danger thirsty. I don't have a better term for the goddess of the seas. Like, she were ready to drown somebody, but in a fun way.
She gave you an optional mission, as I now have a kitty.
Yeah, kitty. The true star of the show.
So she asked you to find and kill her wife. At which point your god showed up and was very unhappy with her, but didn't tell you not to.
Yeah. And
so that's the thing.
We haven't quite decided whether or not the absence of being told no counts as yes when it comes to doing murder.
Yep.
But we also don't know who her wife is specifically.
Yeah.
But we have some hints from the water.
But yeah, and then after you participated in a backroom pit fight, she reappeared to you and handed you a piece of paper with a location on it.
Yeah. And kitty hat! And that was where we last left off. Adventures of Plenty. Yeah, Baron's got the real cat ears.
Anyway. So yeah, you guys are in the bar still. We're picking up like right there. Like you were just beat the snot out of this half ogre. And yeah, the bar was a crying corgi, thank you. She appeared to you, and then in this you like leveled up and are now a little more powerful.
Yeah. We in case you missed it from last time or from referencing it earlier, before getting into this pit fight, we decided to use it as a chance to show off. See, one of the few things we have been told by the Queen of Embers, by our deity, is that our job is to be the herald. You know, the Queen of Embers has not given us any direct missions. She has not said, "Go kill this bloke, because he's a rat dickhead." We were just given our blade, our powers, and told, "You are my herald." And the only time that, maybe not the Queen of Embers, but her lanky chode slam of an archangel has been a problem, is when we tried to kind of obfuscate what we were. Like, we tried to play it off as something else, and we got in trouble for that. So, since then, we've been very, possibly too honest about who we are and what we're doing. And that will probably come back to bite us on the ass, but it's better than getting, I don't know, DDT'd by a lanky fire archangel.
But yeah. Did you want to show off the box for the new
Yes! Alright, and for the new people, you've got to check this out. I might actually utilize that excessively close up of Will for this. So friends, and this is if your first time watching, the first season of Memory Equals Null was a stupendous sci-fi event. And when Baron said he'd already planned that we were going to be doing a second season of this, new campaign, new character, completely separate, he gave me a box. Cardboard box that says do not open till the start of season 2. Hang on, have I got the... Is it here? Yeah! Alright, so you get to see extra. It contained this. And it is full... So, the little flourish there. It is full of goodies. So we have a faux dragon skin pouch full of coinage. 2 potions, as needed. I don't think we've actually checked what's in the potions.
Yeah.
Erin Feathers crafted this. Hang on, I should probably pop it on. Just to unfurl it. Check that the feck out. And...
Oh, yeah, Ian Feathers.
Ian Feathers. I'm so sorry. Ian Feathers. And this. Emberlin's Book of Spells. And this has notes from the Queen of Embers. It had a few of Emberlin's abilities written in Infernal. And Yeah. What it does also have is a shred at the end of this page, which I don't think we've solved the Adrian Knackler puzzle, but we think it pertains to the same person that made the Magitech boat we've been using. So yeah. The Sandwich Huggers, I will need to add today's spells to this. So that'll give me a bit of homework. But I've got them written down. All right. Without further ado, friends, let's go. So, we've finished in the pit fight. We announced to the crowd with the most dramatic of darkened mist and booming voice that we are Emberlyn Burns, the herald of embers, and our queen is coming. We've got the whole place chanting. However, after relishing in the victory, we've got to get a move on. So, I'm gonna head back up the ladder, take my jacket from. Did Hex come in with us?
Yeah, Hex. You left Hex with Sharcy, which is the Toril Paladin, and they were watching the fight.
Yeah. So, taking my coat from Hex. Well, I guess it was jacket, wasn't it? Yeah. And thanking him very kindly. To Shasu, it's like, much better. Now, where were we?
The bookie that you initially signed up with, makes his way through the crowd because everyone's like patting him on the back and a bunch of people are excited, a bunch of people are sad because they bet for or against you. But the bookie comes over and he extends his hand and hands you 6 gold as your reward for winning.
Nice. Pleasure doing business with you, sir. Let me add that to our sheet because I'm actually keeping track of our gold this time. 6, that puts us up to 34. Nice. Rolling in that dough.
Yeah, the chanting has died down a bit. There's still a couple people that are real drunk in the back that are still chanting. But it's kind of died down and they're waiting for the next fight to start because as much as that was a spectacle, they're like, yeah, but more blood.
Yeah. So turning to both Hex and Shasu, shall we get out of here? I got a note out of that.
Sharsu just does whatever the total equivalent of raising an eyebrow at you is.
Let's get out of here.
So you all leave. Hex is still holding onto the bottle that you paid for in the bar. And just leaves with it, just oh.
Oh, Hex, you absolute treasure. Okay.
And Hex is very excited. It's oh, you were whoo. He was oh. And then you were whoo.
I just smile and nod, letting Hex retell me the story. Okay. So, just examining the note again from the Goddess of the Seas. I forget her name, I'm sorry.
Let me make sure I get it right, because I don't have the name memorized yet.
Wraith, no, we are not letting Hex fight next time. I am not watching that lovable child get smushed by an ogre.
Alphos, Keeper of the Seas.
Alphos.
Yes.
So, while I guess I'll start walking everybody back towards the I want to say Golden Wake. Because we're going to need to find someone with a map who can read one. I want to examine the note just to see if there's anything other than just coordinates on this thing.
So you look at it, and it's actually it's like a star map.
Okay.
So it's one of those things you'll need a sextant and stuff to actually chart out.
Okay. Showing it to Shasu as we're strolling back from the pub, it's does this mean anything to you? You're not hiding any really good navigational skills under that shell of yours?
Yeah. And this looks like, in examining it, it appears that it's it's the kind of map that an actual sailor would have. It was paper, but then it's had a thin layer of wax over it so that it stays dry and doesn't get ruined by ocean stuff. Because although that most of the ships are flying, there's still most of the world is covered in water. As dragons melting ice caps and things.
Yeah.
So you hand it over, and he looks it over, he checks the back, and then he looks. He goes, I'm not exactly a sailor, so it looks like star coordinates, but like I said, I'm a paladin, not a sailor.
I'm sorry to keep throwing theological crises at you, but yeah, Goddess of the Seas gave this to me.
Yeah, he hands it back and he goes, also, you realize this is the most communications the gods have given to anyone since the arrival of the new star.
I want to say that makes me feel honored or proud, but honestly, it's making me feel nervous.
I think just out of your peripheral vision, there's like, you see the little hand of Hex like kind of grabbing at the paper.
Do you want to have a look at it? Pass me the bottle up. Okay.
Oh, yeah, so exchange.
What do you make of this, Hex?
Listen,
go
so Hex is like puttering along, like kind of just following you as they look at it. I think Hex actually has.
All right, Kisa, you can have the bottle. It's fine. I just pass it to one of the, I don't know, voices in my head. Just.
All right, so Hex goes, oh yeah, this up north, this just by the Red Isles.
Oh, I didn't know you could read star maps. Lovely. Do you reckon you could get us there? Like if we
Hex,
get the boat?
Hex was sailor, and like, and Hex was also miner, and Hex was also farmer, and Hex was lots of things. But Hex took the map.
Well, Hex, you hang on to it for now, and yeah. So turning back to Shasu, so I didn't get any. Where? We'll come back to that.
Also for the,
Sorry, I'm so sorry, everyone. There is a cardboard triangle. Hang on, let's just start covering our. This just arrived, and it's got my name on it, and I don't know why. I tell you what, why don't you open it off screen?
Also, Hex straight up nat 20 that, so.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so turning to Shasu, just being like, all I got handed was this map. No instructions, no additional elements, just given the map. So it could be that the Goddess of the Seas is trying to lure us away. It could be that this is where her ex-wife lives, whom she's expressed an interest in them not existing anymore. Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't actually. My apologies. I didn't see Hex's nat 20 roll on the navigation. So Hex is now fucking great sailor. My apologies, Baron. I missed that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Shasu, I don't know if we would be walking into a fight, if we'd be walking into a domestic.
He shrugs and is like, I don't know. Honestly, very little is known about Alphonse's wife, just that she left and Alphonse was so angry she summoned the largest storm the world has ever seen, and then was granted godhood.
Well, at very least, I think we should go say hello. We don't have to do any murdering. Sorry, we may need to take a quick 2 seconds to show you all what has just fucking happened. Why am I a pisshead? Why am I a massive pisshead?
Will, did you drunk order a custom Toblerone?
No, I drunk ordered. Fiona's having a fucking... Alright, I'll just bring up main screen. I apologise for the interruption, dear Baron. I apologise, but... It is a massive wall scroll that says, easily distracted by guinea pigs and wine. My drunk ass bought this. I'll have to find out from where, because I have no memory of this. Yeah, this is a thing that exists.
That's amazing.
I cannot with you. I cannot.
Why am I left unsupervised? Write it off as a business expense.
I didn't put it in the background.
Yeah.
Somewhere visible. Everyone needs to know your shame.
It's fucking massive.
It's so big.
Well, time to go back through my emails. Okay.
I'm gonna be laughing about this for a while.
Okay. Okay. Back in character. I'm so sorry, everyone, for the interruption. Lucifer quoting, "It's fucking massive!" Will Overguard, 2021. Oh, my word. Okay. Xiaosu, if we're going to investigate, I believe that the two of us might just be enough. I don't know if we need to bring anybody else in on this. No offense, Hex. Sorry, I mean the three of us.
Hex is about to be like, oh, and Hex. Oh, yeah, okay.
Of course, and Hex. I think the three of us to investigate.
Yeah. So where are you heading? Because you'd previously been at the Golden Wake, and then like you left, and they were sorting their leadership things, and you went to go get a drink.
Yeah.
And yeah, you have multiple threads to pull on. You haven't investigated Artem Industries, although you now know where their headquarters is.
Just another normal day at the Longshop HQ, eh?
Yup. Make an adventure. Yup. God, I'm a catastrophe. Why you lot put up with me, I will never know. Okay, so let's... and Baron, thank you for doing like a thread recap, just because it does feel like it's been 1,000 years since we mem-nulled.
Yeah.
So, we've got...
With that, you could always grab another mission from the guild to just go hunt something. There was the... They think they had... you have those mimic parts, and they think they actually had a contract that was looking for mimic parts, so you can go and maybe just get paid for doing something you already did.
That's not a bad shout, and we can check in with Mina. The Artem Industries is an interesting one because that pertains to our boat, which seems to be... so, in this world, it's very much like steampunk magitech elements, and a large amount of the boats that we've seen are levitated by these kind of like crystal engines, almost. Ours are red, which we haven't seen others of. Correct me if I'm wrong, Baron?
Correct. You've seen blue, and you've seen a couple green, but no other red ones.
Yeah. So what is it that makes our boat so unique in this world? That's definitely one to check on.
This is also...
Thank you, Wraith.
Like, this is the city of mages, so if you want to get somebody to check and see if any of your stuff is magic, that's just like a service that's on like every other street corner. They also can enchant stuff here. They can make magical artifacts. You could go and get a, +5 sword of tying your shoes real fast or something if you wanted.
I do tie my shoes very slowly. And Wraith, yeah, could the gems be tied to the gods? Could be. Keys is voting for Mage Guild shenanigans. All right, let's go get paid for some mimic parts, and then we can dally about for a bit. I mean, the Storm Queen wasn't exactly endearing to our god, so the choice is ours. Okay, so yes, I'd like to head back to the Golden Wake. Yeah, I'd like to head back to the Golden Wake and turn in some mimic parts. Check in on Mina, make sure that we don't need to murder anyone.
Yeah. So yeah, you make your way back there pretty easily because you just came from there. You waltz in, you flash your sigils, so they just let you in.
Oh, sorry. Just as a quick recap, the Golden Wake is kind of like the Hunter's Hall. It's where in this world we get missions, quests. We can find and hire fellow hunters. So it's kind of like the Hunter's Hall from Monster Hunter, but more awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Season 1 was a mech anime. Season 2 is just Monster Hunter.
Monster Hunter Isekai.
Yep. Memnol's my favorite anime.
Memnol's my favorite anime.
Yeah, you walk in and immediately you notice the atmosphere here is a little different. Rather than everyone like kind of at their own tables and like chatting and drinking and having fun, pretty much everyone is facing the bar, and Mina is up on the bar. She looks like she might be a little drunk, and she's like telling stories of like the first hunters. And everyone's like, cheering and laughing, and these are all stories that they've had passed down, but now they've found somebody who was literally there.
So with the bottle that we've still got, I'm just gonna pop the cork and just be like, "Hey!" towards Mina. See if I can start a group. Hey!
Yeah, she would just stop to like take a swig, and she sees you, she just points back like, "Ah," and then like jumps back into her story. And she's in the middle of some story about how they were hunting like dire boars, and like one of her companions was really cocky and tried to like wrestle it to the ground, ended up just like getting trampled basically. But yeah, so she's telling the story. Can you roll me a perception check?
Yes, I can. Straight D20.
Yep.
1D20. Oh shit! Now 20. I'm so glad I wasted that on this. I'm gonna get shit.
You notice,
I can feel it.
Glassjaw is kind of in the back, leaning against a table. Like his arms are crossed, and he's like smiling and like just watching all this unfold. But yeah, there's still like business going on because there's still like the line of people out front that are like handing in order forms, basically, requisitioning things for the Hunters Guild to go out and hunt for them, especially since there's been a new wave of the islands that kind of blink in and out of existence. So people are like, "Oh, I need to get this quest that I've been meaning to turn in for like forever. I need this." Yeah, it's getting pretty lively in here. People are really enjoying like the story and everything.
Okay. My apologies. I forget who it was that was on the seek for mimic parts.
You hadn't actually heard specifically. Glassjaw was looking into it because he thought he remembered something.
So we'll head on over to Glassjaw.
Mm-hmm.
Just opening with, so I see new management's enjoying themselves.
Because I mean, if you've been out of commission for 400 years, wouldn't you?
Fair. I will admit to blowing off a little steam myself today. A little realization. You were looking into mimic pieces. I've got a sack of them.
Just, oh yeah, let me. And he he's like, follow me. And he goes over to like the front desk and he starts like flipping through like the stack of like assignments basically. And he's like flipping through. He's like, yeah, here it is. And he passes it over to you. And yeah, it was one of the local mages was conducting some research and they wanted mimic parts for various reasons.
So we'll give him the 2 vials of the goo. I'm keeping the acid for myself. And you know what? We'll give him half our mimic teeth. I don't know why I want to keep the mimic teeth, but I think it's just a point of pride.
He's like, well, don't give them to me. Go take them to the client yourself.
Oh, fine. Could use the walk, I guess. Looking back at the bar of rowdy people, and it's like, do you think it's going to change much around here?
Because, like, within the next hour? Probably not. Given that we're going back to a council, it's going to change a bit, but it'll still be about the same, I think.
You don't know anyone who needs 2 rancid dead snakes, do you?
The ones you pushed off your boat.
Note to self,
You just-
untick those. Do not have 2 dead snakes anymore.
Yeah. He just kind of cocks his head at you and is like, what?
Never mind. I don't know if there's anything else we want to chat with Glassjaw about. But yeah, Wraith, I like Glassjaw as well. He's very no nonsense, and I'm a big fan. Oh yeah, no, we did. Did we drop him on a dwarf?
Yeah, you kicked him over the edge and you failed a luck save and they landed on a dwarf.
Feck, I forgot about that. He's gonna be mad. Right. Yeah, I'll tell you what, friends. Here's what I'd like to suggest. If we're going to take it to the mage, we can, get a little bit of our kit checked out, see if there's anything super duper special. Like, I don't know if we need anything enchanted necessarily, but maybe something for Hex. Like, I want to make sure Hex is safe. I don't know if we can just get him an enchantment of he's fine.
Yeah, because currently Hex has, like, armor that's not made for them and a bucket helmet.
Okay, now
And a cleaver and a pick, so...
The bucket helmet is staying, but we're just going to get it fitted better. Yeah, so Keys was saying, so he's got a meat cleaver and a pickaxe. Sorry, saying, can we get a net? Did we have a net?
No.
I mean,
Your ship is equipped with things that allow you to, like, haul stuff, like, underneath the boat. But that's about it. Because you've got that hammer that, like, injects, like, ruined spikes into things that then, like, your ship will magically tether to.
Oh, yes. But that was more for hauling than and dragging cargo than for murder.
Yeah.
Could probably use it for murder, but that's a later problem. And yes, Hex would be an honorary member of Bucket Squad without a hesitation. Okay. All right, so grabbing the quest missive from Glassjaw, just holding it aloft, just being like, okay, so we'll be off on a trundle. See you later. If you need us, I don't know, start a fire. That's usually how things find us.
He's like, all right, well, good hunting. And he goes back to leaning on his table and sipping his ale.
Just so fucking cool. Right. Following the directions on the missive, let's head off and meet this particular mage. Friends, let's pop into the Skyship Industries space while we're here. Like I said, I kind of agree with Kisa earlier. Like, I'm in no rush to back Storm Lady because while our god's not told us don't do that, I don't know, there's something about it that feels off. I'm not saying we shouldn't go check the coordinates. I'm saying, like, we don't even have to rush for it, you know what I mean? Okay, so, gesturing to Xiaosu and Hex, we trundle along.
Yeah. So you look in, it's got, like, a street address. And then, yeah, it's a pretty straightforward... it's like a standing order, basically. Like any and all mimic pieces that come back, they are willing to pay for.
Ah, lovely, lovely. So sadly, Wraith, we'd have to go back to the other island to sass that kid at Gary's Inventorium. It wasn't even Gary. Still pissed off about that.
That's a sound.
Is that on this island?
Yep.
All right, note to self: go mess with Gary. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, can I get you to roll a... I guess it would be an investigation check to see if you can find this place quickly.
D20 off the bat?
Yep.
5.
All right, so it takes you a while to find this place. Like, the streets, although they are kind of systematically laid out, there's a couple times where you're like, all right, and then we take a left here, and wait, how did we end up back here? Like, so you end up having to ask around a while, and you eventually make your way to this place. And it's it's in the like Mage Research Tower district.
Okay.
So there's all these large towers everywhere that have runes and signage on them. This one specifically is like you walk up to the front door. It is a Roran Eldwin.
Roran Eldwin.
Roran, Roran.
Roran Eldwin.
And it says Roran Eldwin, magical weapons research.
Ooh. So, opening the door with a knock, knock, knock. Hello, I'm from the guild. I have pieces that came out of a dead mimic.
You should. One moment. From like up somewhere up atop, and then you hear this big like clunk and grinding of gears and chains, and then from the center of the floor above you, because it's just like this basically giant empty room, this big elevator on chains comes down, like very like Dark Souls style like elevator descends. And yeah, there's a furbolg, kind of androgynous looking. One of their limbs is like, it looks like it's made out of wood, but it's still like is animated, and they're like operating the winches with it, and it's got like runes down it.
Way cool.
And yeah, it's like it takes a while to decide, but then it gets down and like there's a big ka-chunk. As soon as they step towards you, you just get this wafting smell of just like various chemicals and like iron powder and stuff as they step towards you. They're like, yes, what can I... You said you're from the guild. Which guild? There's lots of guilds around here.
Oh, sorry. Emblem Burns. I'm here from... I'm here from the Golden Wake, and extending my hand. Emblem Burns. Herald of the Queen of Embers. Lovely to meet you.
Yeah, they reach forward and shake your hand with like the wooden arm, and you say Herald of the Queen of Embers. They kind of pull their hand back, like,
I have pieces of Mimic for you. Just rummaging through the generals. I've got General Mimic Goo. I've got a crap load of Mimic Teeth. Friend, do we want to keep the acid? I've got 2 bits of it. Like, we could give them one.
like, oh, yes, lovely. Look, come, follow me.
Okay.
And so you get on the elevator, and they, pull the lever, and the gears start winding, and they start raising up into the ceiling. And it's like a good 60, 70 feet up, so it takes a little while to get up there. They start going on tangents like, yes, I've been doing lots of mimicking into the shape-shifting properties of the mimics, and I've actually bred a couple of them, so watch where you sit.
Hex.
But
Hex, just be ready.
Hex pulls out the butcher's knife and is like, oh. But they continue on saying like, I've actually been trying to see if we can, because apparently they're hunters, but so we're wolves, and we turned those into dogs that we tamed. So I was wondering if we could tame mimics to serve our own purposes.
I'm intrigued, but also horrified. Tell me more.
Yes. Yeah. So far, I've had a few successes, and I need to get one of them out into the field and have it tested for me, because I'm very curious to see how it functions. Mimics are incredibly food motivated, and it seems as though as long as you are willing to feed them regularly and keep them fed, they don't really necessarily want to murder you.
Well, I tell you what, let me present you with what you've got, but if you needed someone who was going out in the field regularly to help, shall we say, test your theorems, I mean, myself and my colleagues would be more than happy to give it a try. Yeah, Mimic Pet, we're doing this, friends. We're fucking doing this.
Also, thank you, Kisa, for making this character. Because in case we didn't mention this, there is a forum somewhere in the Discord, I think it's in the Dice Gamer Dice channel. If you want to submit random NPCs and random locations for me to use whenever I need those things, which is often, I just pull them up. I export them like a day or two before each session, and then as I need NPCs or locations, I'm just like, ta-da. So this one was made by Kisa.
Yeah, but if any of you want to make characters, NPCs for this, that Baron can pull from when we have moments like this, fucking go for it. That's where Jeremy Beadle came from.
Yeah.
Fucking Beadle.
Oh yeah, and also just because I realized we haven't actually had a train yet. The bit number over here, that's a secret bit goal that Will doesn't know, that when you guys hit certain thresholds, things happen. So, I'm not saying throw bits, but maybe throw bits.
Baron has used this to mess with me in great effect. I'm just grateful for whatever, friends. And yeah, so J-Post, thank you for the 100 bits. J-Post like, I like things. And AR's like, wait, you mean like luggage? If this ends up being like luggage level Discworld stuff, that means Hex gets a mount. Hex gets a mount. Okay. Oh, you terror. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. Sorry, we were saying to the kobold bin, the furbolg bin, I mean, you know, we have the pieces here as I start unpacking the bits. But if you need someone to test this in the field, you know, myself and my colleagues will be more than happy to help with this. Help with your theorems.
Sorry, thank you. Yes, bring him over here. And you the elevator stops with a trunk, and they walk over to a table. There's all sorts of magical alchemical things everywhere. There's stereotypical bubbles of violating liquid. There's books and scrolls just everywhere. The whole place is a little disorganized and smells a little musky. Sounds like they probably haven't left here in a while. Clearly they have let their maid be lax. But yeah, there's a couple of those large glass domes that are sealed shut. And they have a little sign card in front of them that says do not open mimic inside. And then inside there's just a book.
Well, what I'm going to pop onto the table in an area I'm hoping is safe. Oh.
Get Hex a mimic pony.
What? I'm trying, Wraith. I'm trying. And thank you for the 200 bits. So I'm going to give the Furbolg the two vials of mimic goo, 1 vial of mimic acid, and 30 of the mimic teeth. I think we only really need to save 10 for us. Barrett, you fucking dead.
So yeah, they take them from you. And they're like, "Oh yes, these are quite nice." Oh, these are fairly fresh, huh? They kind of yeah.
Okay. It is train o'clock, apparently. Bacon Avenger, thank you kindly as well. Fucking
and make it a vampire pony.
We'll find out what the mimic can copy. The fucking mimic train. Choo choo. We were playing a game recently where one of the mimics they had was the atypical breakable jars from every platformer. Scared the fucking Baron!
What? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna go get a beer.
You fucking... I'm not encouraging this. So, Bacon Avenger, thank you kindly. Baron Sheep throwing in 1,000 like it's no big deal. Oh, Fearless Pun Spectre. Fucking yo. Steppergen, yo. Okay, I guess we're fucking doing this.
That's why I changed to dramatic train music. Come on.
And after Ehrman was unseated, it just went through 3 different Jarls in very quick succession. Fearless Pun Spectre, thank you. Wraith, thank you. Steppergen did a multi-kill that went to Coffee Time, That One Sushi Chef, Busy as Sauce, Hamsternator, Tilted Tom, Hazasterus, Mr. Hammond, Mr. Harmanon, Jegmayer, Dead Demise, and Wraith Dagger, which I assume is Wraith's talking weapon.
I didn't ask how big the room was, I said I cast fireball.
I always like following up with the I cast fireball with did I stutter? Fucking yo! For the briefest of moments, Jackmare is our current Jarl of the day. Fucking yo! No, El Ravager managed to... yo! El Ravager threw in 500 bits on top as well. You fucking legends, all of you. So this train careens past level 3. I'm sorry, any of you that are waiting for the second station, we're not even stopping. It's just full feckin' tilt today. Oh. I'm going to go get a Red Bull after this train, after I have thanked everybody.
I am drinking Iron Horse today.
Iron Horse,
Double rainbow.
Iron Horse.
It's double
Stumbled
rainbow
into a
rain.
hype train.
It's
Good morning.
Twice as much. And El Ravager, thank you again.
It's a red IPA, which I've never had before. It's actually pretty good.
Good. They got that real nice, almost stout-like edge to them.
Yeah, it's nice.
I like me red ales. Though,
As do I.
Sorry, Dorch is saying, if we hit the right bit goal, Baron might reveal that this entire building is a mimic. Why would you give him ideas, Dorchus? Where's the mimic? The entire building goes... Oh, and... Eric, you fucking ledge. How are you doing? We're mid-train at the moment. We're playing some D&D. Park programs, Watto. Thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, AR, maybe his arm's the pet mimic. Now I'm just suspicious of everything.
Also, I almost got you a mug that said not a mimic on it for your Christmas.
Oh, fucking yo. Caffeine sent me a chalkboard coffee mug, so the next one might have to be not a mimic. For depth, I wrote "fuck my life" on the side of it because it felt apt. Varbles, the only way we can mimic check this tower is with fire. There is no other way to do it in a sensible amount of time.
Oh, no, he did shake your hand. He just like retracted as soon as you said Herald of the Queen of Embers because he's like, fire, and my hand is wood.
Yeah. Let's not be on fire today. I mean, he's a magic weapons researcher. He's probably the cause and creator of that wooden arm. God. It's mimics all the way down. It would...
Mimic chest goes nom nom nom.
Mimic just goes, oh, nom 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 nom. You gotta watch for the tail. That's how you can spot a mimic. You gotta watch for the tail. For those who don't know, in the Dark Soulsian series, the thing that gives mimics away is their tail that looks like a chain will ever so slightly move. Just ever so slightly.
Also, occasionally, if you get the camera really close, you can see it open a tiny bit.
Yep. JPO says, but what happens when you come back to 2 not a mimic post-it note coffee mugs? Well, then you just burn the house down. At that point, just set a fire, walk away.
That's like coming back and there's a tarantula on your bed. You're like, cool. Well, I wanted to move anyway.
Yep. That's Larry Tarantula. Larry Tarantula says, stay hydrated and make sure to eat some fruit. It keeps you healthy. Otherwise, I'll fucking kill you. Like, wow, Larry Tarantula, that's pretty severe. Fucking hell. And sorry, all of you throw bits in. Fucking thank you. Like, keeps us doing this, keeps my dumb ass alive, keeps the nuggies in with hay and feed, keeps all of us here going. So sincerely, thank you. Wait, what? Torture says it's like an encounter at Farpoint. Oh, Bacon Avenger, good snipe. The Yaldom is now yours. Will it remain yours for the end of the train, though? That's the question. The mages of Tejumea captured the Elder Mimic and forced it to take the shape of a city. On the list of bad ideas, that's right the feck up there. If that mimic so much as sneezes, you lose the financial district. If it got mad, it's just gonna eat all. Colton McCaff says, what if you made the mimic turn into a cup of tea? Actually, I don't know what the size displacement rules are with mimics. I'd have to ask the mimic expert. Oh. Okay, so, all of you, sincerely feckin' thank you, you legend. And you will get D&D themed emotes if you threw in, so that's pretty feckin' cool. Just a level 3, because I think 3 is the rogue? Yeah, level 3 is the rogue. So hopefully you all got some cool stuff. Choo-choo, Mother Hubbards. Oh, okay, Baron, will you excuse me for 2 seconds?
Yep.
Okay. And I'll be back in just a moment. Don't do anything interesting while I'm gone. Rule.
I keep forgetting that I'm the one in control of the music, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get tired of hearing this song. Oh wait, I can just change it. Yeah, those are really boring bits, J-Post. I don't know why you'd even bother with such boring bits. I think I'll throwing in bits and keeping Will alive. Because if he's dead, I can't torture him. Yeah, I also got the hype what emote. What if everyone was unconscious? The mimic killed Hex and took his place. It's a very convincing mimic. But maybe that's why it was able to eat so much in the tavern. Yeah? Hmm? Like they ate their own body weight in leg of some beast. But yeah. It's confirmed Hex is dead, yep. Hex and Hannah, both dead. That's probably a mimic taxes entry in the notes, right? Oh yeah, also if anybody wants to help keep notes, there is a communal notes somewhere in, I think there's a command for it somewhere. Otherwise it's pinned on the Dice and Yet More Dice channel. Thank you, Wraith. Yeah, check it out. I knew there was a command there somewhere. I just wasn't sure where.
Hello, hello, hello. Right. And we are back.
We're now theorizing whether or not the mimic ate Hex when you were unconscious, and now is just Hex.
Why? Why would you fucking do this? No. No.
Hands suggested.
No.
Or that Hex ate the mimic and obtained its powers Kirby style.
Yes, that I will accept. An off-screen death of Hex. That's a full-on player strop mode. I would be like, no, you can't do this to me. Like we're talking like full-on toddler tantrum level.
I mean, Hex did eat their own body weight in meat, which is, you know, a very mimic thing to do.
So we've got our own, like, Kirby Kobold now. Okay.
Or do...
Right. So plunking down the bits on the table, which is the 2 vials of goo, 1 vial of acid, and 30 mimic teeth. We're like, right, boof. So this is the delivery from the guild. Now, You said you had a mimic to train.
Yes, I've actually done some of the training a bit. And they like go over and like they open a chest and they start rummaging around for a bit. And they walk over to you and they hand you 20 gold for the
Cha-ching!
part.
All we had to do was almost get killed on an island displaced by time. Hooray! 54 gold. Step the feck back.
And then yes, I do have they walk over to one of the tables and kind of shuffle some stuff out of the way, and they pick up this it's like a plate with one of those glass domes over it, and walks it over and sets it down on the table, and they go, "This is, well, I call him Toothy," and underneath the glass there is just like a dagger.
And the dagger's the mimic.
Yes.
With an air of almost over-formalness, we turn and go, "Hello, Toothy. My name is Emberlyn Burns. It's lovely to meet you. This is Hex and Xiao Su."
Hex kind of walks over the table and like peers over at it.
I then look very expectantly at the Furblow with this air of, and
they lean over and they tap the glass, go, "It's okay," and then just like in the middle of the blade, an eyeball opens.
Fascinating. So
from what I can tell, it is willing to maintain these shapes. Like you could have it be things. You could have it be an axe or a sword or a whip or something, but as long as you keep it fed, because that's all they want. They just want to be fed, and so they normally turn into things that people will open so they can ambush them. But I've managed to train this one to be a weapon to help you kill things, and as long as you let it have some of the thing to eat, it doesn't care.
my word. What's its cognitive ability? Can we discuss with it? Is it just happy being able to eat its heart's content?
So at the moment, it seems like it's got a pretty slow metabolism. So I've been feeding it about once a week, and you have to show it something to become first, and then it will take on that shape. But that's why, and he actually pulls out from his belt a matching dagger. So I showed it this, and then it became that. I just occasionally throw in a steak in there, and it becomes all liquidy and teeth, and eats it, and then goes back to the normal shape.
Fascinating. And its size, does it get much larger than this? Does it need to be small objects?
It's slowly grown in size. Originally, it was a butter knife. But they do, as you feed them, they grow a bit. It can go up and down a tiny bit, but in general, if you want it to be something larger, much larger than, say, a short sword, you would need to feed it for a while to let it get bigger. But also that's potentially dangerous because then it's a bigger mimic.
Very true. And a short sword would be just the right size of a regular sword for... Looks down at Hex. Would you like a pet?
Maybe. Hex is normally pet. And like taps the glass.
You'd have to feed it at least once a week and use it viciously on anyone that tries to mess with us.
So, Hex could do that.
Leaning over with almost a mock sincerity, being like, "Would you like that, Toothy? Would you like to come with us and do some murders?" And then looking at Xiao Su, to things that are monsters or deserve it?
Xiao Su just like shrugs like, "Oh." They're just kind of along for the ride, like, He goes, "Yes, but so if you would take this, I would request that you take some notes, document anything strange you notice about it. If it tries to kill you, if it tries to eat your hand," and he raises his wooden arm.
Arms.
This one didn't do this. This was that bastard. And he points to a very large-looking tome under a glass. And they extend their arm out and flip this thing off, and the middle finger grows a little bit. It sprouts a leaf.
Yeah, see, that's why you don't read. Reading kills. Okay. You know what? I think we have the team that can handle this. And then we need a piece of ribbon or something to indicate, just in case, which one our little mimic friend is. I don't believe Emberlin has anything like that in their personage.
Oh, actually, I ended up having to develop this very early on in my research. Let me grab you one. And they go off and like rummage through stuff, and they're rummaging for a while. Meanwhile, Hex goes, holds up their butcher's knife and like taps the glass. And he's like, and there's a moment where the eyeball looks at it, and then like it just shifts, and he's kind of just this purple liquid, and then it turns into a basically identical replica of the butcher's knife.
Feck. Looks like these two are getting along rather well.
Then Hex is like, puts their butcher's knife away, and holds up the pick, and the eyeball looks at it for a second again, and it tries to like do that, but it hits a size limit because it hits the edge of the glass, and then goes back down to the butcher's knife.
Okay. Well, Hex, keep it as the knife for now. If it gets the chance to grow a little, maybe it can be your pickaxe as well. Oh yeah, Wraith, we're absolutely going to stab someone with a mimic knife. Abso-fucking-lutely.
The wizard comes back over with a set of goggles. He goes, now these are magical goggles I will loan to you. I have a couple of pairs, but occasionally I have to hire help. So I will loan these to you, or I guess if you're giving it to this little one, to you. Do you see these runes along the edge of the goggles here? If you just run your finger over those, that will activate a magical thing. When looking through it, anything that is a mimic will give off a faint glow.
Thank you kindly.
Hex takes the goggles and like puts them on and like does the kind of almost comical like let them forward and snap them to the face. He's like,
Gonna need to get you a better helm.
Hex
Bucket
looks around
helm
the room
with
and goes-
goggles on.
Hex looks around the room and goes, there are so many mimics in here. He's like, yes, a couple of them got out, but I leave food on the floor and they leave me alone.
Oh, good!
But they don't get out. There's a ward on the door. I have to very specifically let them out.
Friends, I don't think this is the gentleman we should ask about our weapons. I think we should not spend too much time in the mimic nest.
Like, Hex is now looking around like,
This dude's gonna get super eaten one day.
Hex is like, excuse me, do you know that your chandelier is a mimic? It's like, yes, no, that's Bridget. I have to throw food up to her.
We all just look at the chandelier.
Yeah, he actually like goes over and like pulls out a bit of like dried meat and just like chucks it up. And he misses once, so he has to go over and pick it up and chucks it again. And then as it goes close, the chandelier like lashes out, grabs it, and pulls it in.
Oh, goody! My nightmare.
And it's just like, and Charshoes just like has very slowly unhooked their mace from their belt. Like,
yeah, caffeine. And to Shasum, like, whatever you do, don't sit on anything. We're getting out of here in a sec. So, and back to the smiling platitude. And yes, so thank you very much for your mimic. Thank you very much for the gold. We'll be sure to record absolutely everything. We'll be back with you in, I guess, a week and change. Give it some time. Unless something goes horribly wrong.
excellent. Oh, also, if you would like it to turn into something that you don't have, I have a standing agreement with, there's a blacksmith. If you go 2 blocks that way, take a left. There's a blacksmith right on the corner there. You can't miss it. But he will just let you copy any of the weapons that he has. Basically, he just shows it to you so you can copy. So I borrow them and bring them back here and have it turn into things and then send it back.
Well, we'll pop
It's
on
the
there.
standing agreement. I
Indeed.
pay him like a silver a week or so. Just tell him that I sent you.
I think we'll pop on over there after this. And Thrain Watto. Right, well, it was a pleasure doing business with you. I don't extend my hand this time. And yeah, we'll be back with notes and findings in the near future. Do let the guild know if you need of anything else. We'll be seeing you soon.
Yes. And he casts a mild spell and then like lifts the glass and then gestures for Hex to take it. And Hex is like, oh,
Now, Hex, remember to look after Toothy.
he's warm. So Hex, now with goggles and bucket helmet, is holding 2 butcher's knives. And she's like, oh.
We have made Tiny Murder Child with Mimic Knife. There is no way this ends badly.
So
Okay.
yes, the mage takes you back down the elevator.
I'd like to note that I'm avoiding touching anything. Like I'm not leaning on the I'm not leaning on the elevator. I'm not putting my hand to stable. I'm just kind of I'm just avoiding everything. Just okay, no, not touching. Oh, okay, no.
Yeah. You get down, and as you get to the door, they walk over and open it for you, and they like run their hands out. You now notice on the inside of the door frame, there's runes, and they kind of pass their hands over the room and they glow briefly. And he goes, "All right, you may leave now." And Hex carefully walks out, and then he does the runes the other way, and they kind of glow again. He goes, "All right, well, pleasure doing business with you. I will hope to hear back from you soon. Please don't die and don't let it eat you."
I say that to myself daily. And away we go. All right, so we're going to trundle towards the blacksmith. I'd like to do a little bit of hand wavy and purchasing, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because what I'd like is I'd like Hex to choose a weapon that, like maybe a short sword or something that suits him. That's not quite the butcher's knife. Needs some class. I'd like to get Hex some armor that fits him, and get the bucket. Get an actual like strap and fitting underneath the bucket, so the bucket's still going on, but it's been a bit fortified, and give him like a space for the goggles to go on nicely, because gotta make this work.
Yes, let me pull up. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Weapons.
Yeah, Wraith. Later on, if someone's giving us lip, we can be like, Hex, is your knife hungry?
Hex is just gonna like somebody's gonna flip Hex off, and Hex is just gonna use the knife to just like eat a finger.
Oh yeah. Well, also, imagine how intimidating it would be if while we're negotiating with someone, we're like, "I'm sorry, bear with me a second. Hex, did you remember to feed the knife? You should do that now." So, as Hex just puts the weapon on the table, and it just shreds a fucking steak like bloody, like a mini Venom.
So yeah, we're just gonna kind of hand wave some stuff. You go to the blacksmith. What type of weapon would you like to have this thing mimic?
Hey, the pickaxe, is that an axe type weapon in this world? Because I wanted to pick something, because Hex won with that pickaxe, so I kind of want him to focus on something similar, but not too large.
It was, I think I modeled it after the war pick. I think. Let me double check.
And that's a little large. That's a little large for the mimic. Oh, so sorry. The mimic could probably turn into like a little bag or something like that, but I think at least the gist I got from the weapon crafter was they wanted it to stay as a weapon. That seemed to be what the mimic liked being.
Yeah.
That was the impression I got. So
he specifically trained this one to like replicate weapons and weapons only.
Also, imagine putting your hand into something like this, only it's a mimic. Every time you want to get your gold, you have to put your fingies in and just hope that it doesn't change. Like,
All your
What are
gold is
the coins?
perpetually slimy.
Oh no! Oh,
Um,
damp money.
yeah,
That's never a good time.
yeah. Yeah, I have it as a Steam pick, which is just a scaled down war pick.
Okay.
So it's the war pick and then one die size smaller, basically.
Okay.
And it actually could turn into that. It was just being halted by the glass because it couldn't get long enough.
So I think we'll go for something. Let's go for a sword or something in Hex's size. So it's not a complete replica of the butcher's knife. We'll let Hex pick what specifically.
Right.
Oh, an Alnus Watto. We've leveled. We are doing some shenanigans with a mimic weapon. And we have a location to follow for the Queen of Storms if we want to, but we're just investigating the city a little.
I think we'll give Hex a hand axe.
Okay.
So just a little hand axe.
That seems like
It's
it
the
would
same damage size, and it's the
I
right
guess-
size.
For him, it's like a two-handed weapon, right?
Yeah, it actually I think he probably picks that because it very much looks similar to your axe.
Oh, they grow up so fast. Soon they're off doing missions with little mimics of their own.
Why is
And Dorcas, that's a great idea of having the mimic fake being money with a thin string connecting it to pull the money back if we tried to sell it to someone. But let's be honest, if we're using mimics to scam somebody, that's when we use Asari's mimic pouch. Because we're just like, oh, how much gold would that be? Just reach on in, help yourself. You know what? Take as much as you want.
you gotta go real deep in there though, like
Yeah.
elbow deep in a
Like
mimic.
right into the... Or, alternative, mimic hat. Just pop it on someone. Oh. Are we the baddies again? I feel like we're the baddies again.
Maybe.
Bartender.
Alright, so
Watto friend, how are you doing?
yes, now I've added Toothy, which is currently in hand axe form, to Hex's inventory. And then you get the helmet, adjusted slightly. So that was free because he's got an agreement with the mage.
Sorry.
Are you getting Hex like brand new armor?
Yes, I want to get Hex like a new set. Definitely something that's a step up from what he's had prior. And
Well,
getting
currently
his...
what he's wearing is stolen from somebody else. So
yeah, let's get him some armor that fits. He's going to be with us for a while. I think this is a good investment. And sorry, Wraith just added, Elbow Deep in a Mimic is the official trashy novel of Memnol Season 2.
no, it's got to be something like the lusty mimic maid. She just turns into whatever your fantasy is.
Oh, God. No. Let's just put a big no on that one. Also, Bartender giving us the most horrific greeting of all time. It's a good day. My skeleton is still wet. Wow.
Okay, so Hex is only proficient with, I think, light armor. Let me double check.
Oh, Thrame, do not encourage this.
Let's see.
Thrame Vanderbeest. Jokes aside, thank you for the bits.
So Hex currently has leather armor, which does not fit them very well. So you could jump up to like studded leather, which would give them a slight boost.
Yeah, let's get him like a good fit in studded leather. And like I said,
Okay.
well, I'm not asking for any. Well, we could fortify the bucket. I want to get him like a proper cap underneath, maybe a chin strap. They need to get it fitted. Also,
Yeah.
Bartender, nice.
Nice.
So sorry
Right,
to
can
do
you-
hand wavium on this one. I wanted
No, you're
to
fine.
speed through the shopping a little.
Can you just roll me a persuasion check for me, just to see how well you haggle with this guy about price?
1d20. 15.
15. All right. Yeah. So you haggle with him a bit, and he, finally gives. And since you seem to be doing a favor for one of the mages, so altogether it'll be like 35 gold for the studded leather and the helm adjustment.
Okay, so that leaves us with 19 gold. Which I'm okay with.
Did you want to just sell him the leather armor back?
Yes.
That heck you're wearing? Okay. Then he'll give you 5 gold for the leather, so
Back up
it's
to 24.
serviceable. Cool. So let me remove this from Hex's.
Sorry, to the tune of Secret Tunnel. Fitted bucket! Fitted bucket! It's a really well fitted bucket!
There we go. Cool. And then the bucket doesn't actually offer any armor bonuses, but yeah. Hex is now slightly harder to hit.
Yay!
Actually, I think Hex might have higher AC than you do now.
Probably.
Do.
It's okay.
All right.
They're the one doing the hard carry for us.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so he does a couple spine adjustments because it's normally gnome armor, so he has to adjust it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, Hex is our tank.
Hex standing there and oh, okay, oh, does some test moving and jumping jacks, yeah.
Looking good.
Looking
good, Hex.
And then pulls out toothy and is oh, oh, oh.
Oh, Alna says, does the bucket helm get horns on? Oh. We could put little horns on it that aren't too dissimilar from ours, but...
I mean, Hex has horns.
But
Hex is a kobold.
Are they under the bucket, or are they sticking...
No, because you had them punch holes in the bucket so that it had...
Yes, we did! Fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah, so, yeah, Alnis, there's horns sticking out from the bucket. This is glorious.
Yeah. Yeah, Hex has, backward-facing horns, because he's kobold.
Okay. So obviously we thank the blacksmith kindly for his work and comment at least a little on. Don't you find it odd that you're basically teaching a mimic how to be weapons?
So this is a dwarf. He goes, son, I've lived in the city my whole life. I've seen some shit. Nothing surprised me at this point.
Ah, sir. I would love to hear those stories, but unfortunately business calls. Right. Actually, I don't know why I was looking to the emblem book. So, friends, do you want to go check in with the ship crafters before we take all our new kit and stuff out for a spin?
As you leave the blacksmith, Hex actually very excitedly runs over, and there's a little street cart selling food, and puts a copper on the counter and gets a little meat popsicle, and then just holds it over the hand axe and it's okay, food time. And just the front of the axe just opens up as teeth, and he just puts the meat in there, and it just closes in bunches, and it's oh.
Hex is the hope in all of us. Oh, Dorch is asking, how does the vendor react to this?
The vendor's just Please go away from my stand.
Come on, Hex. Stop scaring the nice man.
Hex just toddles along behind you.
Oh yeah, comp, it's gonna get real nasty. And it's gonna be glorious. Okay. So, just turning to Shaosu and Hex. So, friends, I think we should get a little bit of info on the boat before we get into any scraps. We've got plenty of time today. So, Episode 4. The axe is made of meat. Friends, would you be all okay with that if we got a little bit of info on the boat, like learning a little bit of us before? Because we want. I don't know about you lot. I want to see Hex in action with meat axe. Little toothy.
Also, I need to find it because Toothy is actually a thing that I found on Reddit that somebody made. So I should find out the usernames and credit them. But I was like, wait, mimic weapon? That's amazing. I'm going to use this in a game.
Yeah, because as you saw, we were all assuming it was going to be like luggage, like a little like trunk that came with us or something. We were not prepared for mimic weapon. Okay. Dodger says, do we have any ownership paperwork of the epoch? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, we checked a lot of the stuff.
You had the like user's manual for us, which is how you know how it functions.
That was about it, wasn't it? Anyway, so we'll head over there first, and then we can decide what kind of mischief we want to get into. So, leading our little troop of the now newly attired Hex and the... I don't know how Xiaosu's handling all of this, but I'm impressed he's sticking with us.
At this point, he's like staying very far away. Like he's putting you between him and Hex. Like, I'm just gonna be on this side.
I like to think that Emberlyn is going to great mental lengths to just not think about it, having been almost fucking killed by mimics. Just not thinking about it.
Yep.
I'm not going to think about it, and my brain can't make me. The Emberlyn Burns story.
Until a god shows up and tells me I have to, I'm not going to think about it.
Fuck! That's the subtitle of the book.
Yep.
And then we'll probably kill these today. Before you slay them.
Take him with you. I actually haven't had any more... Sorry, this is a chocolate digestive conversation. The Bicky conversation. Bring him with you.
No,
Do it.
I just want one.
Embrace destruction. Have many Bickies. Let lesser biscuits, no fear. This could be a day. To the ship store! Well, okay, to the headquarters of the people that seem to have made our ship. Onward! Sorry, just
Right.
I'm not going to do anything until my god shows up and tells me to. The Emberlyn Burns story.
So you've been there. So you make your way back to the Ardham Industries headquarters. And yeah, it's this like really big, impressive building. Like they're the ones that manufacture all of the ships, and so they're a huge chunk of the industrial district is just Ardham Industries. Like there's warehouses and like storefronts, and there's a couple of different storefronts. There's like a weapons storefront and like an armor storefront and like the vehicle storefront, and yeah. So you make your way down to the like vehicle storefront place, and you walk in, and yeah, it's this big warehouse with well, I guess not warehouse, but it's this large like display room that has little models of the ships.
Oh, can I check to
one
see? Sorry, on the little models, can I check to see if any one of them is the Epoch or the Epoch model?
Roll me a perception check, because this is a huge, like, a couple 100 feet long room that has all these little things. And each one has little like models of people. I'll show you roughly how big the ships are, and the ships themselves are actually like floating. Like, these are actual working little tiny ships.
I rolled a 7.
7. All right. From what you can tell, no, you'd have to like go down and check each one.
All right. Still impressed by him.
Yeah, you walk in, and let's grab another MTC quick. Wow, our submitted characters are very mask heavy.
Knees weak, arm spaghetti. Sorry. Why do you not put up with me? I don't know. I do not know. There's mimics as their sweaters already. Oh, feck. Oh, and Moose, lurk away, friend, lurk away. I hope the game jam's treating you well, yo. Oh, and Wraith, they were milk chocolate digestives, so not the god tier pinnacle, but still excellent.
Alright.
I'm just adding, mimics eating mum's spaghetti, and also mum. Oh god, wait, no, shit!
So you walk in and you're almost immediately accosted by a human, femme-presenting lass. She's like, yes, welcome to Autumn Industries Boatyard. I am Genevieve. I will love to help get you in one of our brand new ships. We've just had a new line come out recently that, depending on the size you're looking for, I think you'll be quite happy with. She's very prim and proper, like, clothes are, like, exactly where they should be. Human.
Adopting an air of hoitiness, and with a devilish smile, Emberlyn turns to her and goes, "Why, yes! I'd be very curious to hear about your new range. I saw this ship in the shipyard. Absolutely exquisite little ship. The crystals were red, and honestly, I can't imagine something more stylish, especially considering everything going on. That is what I'm looking for. Show me your finest."
She immediately goes from, like, the bright, cheery, like, yes, welcome, I'm going to, like, pomp and circumstance you to just, like, dead serious, like, I'm sorry, you said you saw a ship that had red crystals in the bay?
I did, yes.
That is not one of ours, I don't think. Unless there's a new line someone didn't tell me about. It might have been a custom order. Let me go inquire for you. Feel free to look around. I will be right back. I'm going to go speak with a manager.
Thank you.
Shuffles off very quickly.
Turn back to the other two and go, sometimes I enjoy myself. Moose is like, cough, inside check, cough. No, I'm not. We're gonna let this one play the fuck out.
So yeah, you start meandering through. Hex is like fascinated by all these tiny ships and like keeps going up to each one and be like, oh.
Oh, who'd be all about them tiny models, eh?
And this was made by Zemansky.
Yo, Zemansky, thank you kindly.
Put the name in the chat there. Okay. So yeah, you're going around looking at each one, and yeah, Hex is like, "Oh, this one looks like it's big," and then goes to the next one, like, "This one's tiny," and like keeps going around to each of the ones. As far as you can tell, none of them are quite the make and model of the Epoch.
Okay. I'm gonna keep on the faux air of pomp and circumstance. I will drift between each model with an air of that's not good enough. That's not good enough. That's clearly not good enough. Occasionally giving Xiaosu a comically oversized knowing wink.
Xiaosu is a little lost. He's like, I don't know anything about ships. Like,
but we'll meander through the lobby, but politely wait.
Yeah, you get approached by a couple other random salespeople who are like, "Are you being helped?"
No. Yes, okay, I am. Thank you. Okay, bye now.
She's gone for like 10-15 minutes. And comes back and it's like, "I am so sorry for the wait. Unfortunately, that one does appear that it was a bit of a custom special order for a dear friend of our president of the company. So unfortunately, we cannot replicate that exact one."
A dear
But,
friend of the president, you said?
Yes, it's very much.
That president being, and pulls out book. Would that Because this is Ardrum Industries, isn't it?
Yes.
And that present being pulls out the Emblem pulls out the book and kind of leafs through it with an overdramatic air. An Adram Neckler, I believe.
Yes, it is. Yes, that is the president of our company. So wonderful, inventive man. Getting a little up there in his years, unfortunately, so he's not around all the time. But yes, brilliant man. I've had the pleasure of having lunch with him once. Well, in the same room. It was delightful. He was at the other end and just radiated intelligence.
Lovely, lovely. And how would I go about having a conversation with this gentleman?
Oh, I'm afraid he's a very busy man, unfortunately, and he doesn't speak to very many people other than those that are helping him with his research.
All right, friends, how do we want to play this? Because while I'm enjoying being a complete and utter jerkhole, it feels like we want to chat to this person because their name is written in the book. Sorry, if you didn't see it earlier, I guess because we've had a few people join in later. So this is Emberlin's book, essentially, kind of like the physical prop of it. And right at the end, there is just this, a torn-out shred that has the head of Ardrum Industries written in it. Like the rest of the page has been torn out. And while they may not know me, they may at least know the book. Wraith saying, leave word that Emberlin, the Hunters Guild, would like to have a chat. I mean, if they were keeping tabs on us, they'd immediately come back. But if they've not really heard from us since we left, because whoever we were before, we don't remember anything. We named ourselves. So they wouldn't know us as this. They might not know us as this name. Or they've been keeping... yeah. So, what do you think, friends? I also think that I'm just as uncomfortable with Bart Nender's uses of dry skeleton as I am of wet skeleton. Aikoa says, maybe with the description, a tiefling with fire wants to know about red crystals. It's not a bad shout. And actually, Raid's got a good point. So after hearing she sing, you go, hey,
9 months, baby.
9 months indeed. Rogue Weasley, feckin' thank you kindly. Come, Selin, grab yourself a bevy. We're not quite at the violence part of the day, but Hex has got an axe, which is also a mimic. Shit's gonna get weird. Just while pondering next line of question. Oh, sorry, forgive me for asking. Did you happen to find out whom it was that made the special order? Perhaps I could offer them some amount of gold to procure the ship from them directly.
I'm terribly sorry, sir, but that kind of information is very need to know. Our people that we make ships for that are especially custom ships, they prefer their privacy.
I absolutely understand.
If you pay enough for one of our custom ships, believe me, we intend to keep those kinds of things private. If you would like to order some kind of custom ship, we could not necessarily offer you the red crystals, but if you would like to, it's maybe, I've been told it is this class of ship here, more or less. We could see about outfitting it to your exact specifications, other than the red crystals, of course. And she points at a ship that's more or less roughly the same form factor of yours, but it's off slightly.
Okay.
The roof has kind of a slanted, the back cabin thing is slanted, so it's very streamlined looking. This one is very kind of blocky
and mock dramatically looking at the model, with that kind of that over the top maneuver, just without even turning back to look at the sales assistant. And you said that it was also reserved for individuals who are helping helping Mr. Knackler. Was Knackler, wasn't it? Shit.
Yeah.
Helping Mr. Knackler with his research. May I inquire as to the nature of that? Perhaps we can be of some assistance.
Well, I mean, he's very insistent on leading the forefront of research for all of our new ships. So the crystals, all of the repelling gear, the magnetic tethers to carrying things for people like the Golden Wake, all that kind of stuff. He leads the forefront, and once he gets bored with something, he tends to pass it off to some of our other R&D people. But he tends to make most of the major breakthroughs himself.
Understandable. So he'd be rather interested in meeting with Golden Wake members in this matter.
Possibly. Kind of depends on, if you're requesting a special ship that you're a particular member of the Golden Wake that hunts a special kind of creature and you need some special equipment for it, he might be willing to meet with you.
So
I'm afraid that's a little above my pay grade.
I completely understand. All right, friends, how we want to play this, because I want to have a conversation with this guy, and I feel like being an utter terror at the moment. So we don't have much in the way of spells left, so we can't do dark. Yeah, we used up our slots during the fight, so we've only got cantrips to play with. So Dorcha says, do we have the harness on? The red crystal is part of the ship. Yeah. So we could...
Yeah, that's embedded in your armor.
We could flash the goods. We could... Do you know what? Maybe we should just be done with trying to play niceties and be like, okay, look, show the harness. I need to talk to your boss.
Oh, sorry. Is that where you're going with? Or are you?
No, I was sorry. Apologies, Baron. I was suggesting it to our lovely viewership. So, friends, that's what I'm thinking. Is Ray says, wait for closing, break in, get the ownership details. Tempting? It's a lot of trouble when we could just bullshit our way through it. Like, I'm not against.
When you could go in, smiles blazing.
Could go in, smiles blazing.
Also, I think you still have an unfilled slot on your character sheet. Because you have no ideal currently.
Oh, yes. At the moment, I guess we haven't really adopted one. We haven't... Sorry, friends, for this series of Memnol, with personality traits, because we started as an amnesiac character, we've kind of developed our own bonds and flaws as we've been playing. We don't have an ideal yet because we don't really have a goal to strive for. There isn't something for us to become idealistic about yet. It'll probably happen, but to what extent, I'm not sure. But when that time comes, that'll be for us to decide together.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying, do this now. It was keep that in mind if somebody comes up with a good one, throw it in.
Yeah, and Martin, I don't necessarily want to throw this lass under the bus, and I don't... We could do a heist movie, which would be very entertaining, but it's the conversation we could have, I think would be very, very valuable for us. So... actually, what was in the... Just having a quick look at... Okay. I was just looking at what I can do with thaumaturgy. Just having a look, just planning. Okay.
I think while you're doing this, your turtle friend points to one of the ships and goes, "Hey, what's the kind of ship we use?" And it's this great honking iron-sided ship.
Oh wow!
She's like, yes, no, we sold those very specifically to the I'm down a blank on his sect's
and check me afternoon. While you're looking at that one, Akira was suggesting maybe pose an interesting idea for a ship feature, that you used to speak to the new guy. I mean,
the Emerald Shield.
Yeah.
She's like, yes, we sold a bunch of those to the Emerald Shield, and you're a member then? He's like, oh, yes, I am. Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yep.
Hello.
Yep. I've been assigned to protect these two as they are very important to our order. Yep.
Without missing a beat, Emberlin's like, well, you know how it is.
Just, she like touches your arm, like, of course.
Sorry, I'm weighing our many options because Dorcas is suggesting show them the crystal gear and convince her to take a message to Artrim for us. I think that's the best play there. Like, as much as I really want to be a jerk right now, I don't think we're going to get a lot of mileage. And, you know, we're not unnecessarily cruel. Mischievous occasionally, but we're not cruel. We're kind to the kind. So, pausing for a beat, Evelyn turns and goes, well, I've used some of your founder's custom equipment before, and I'd be very interested in having a conversation that could show them the red crystal harness. If you could possibly inform them that Emberlyn Burns of the Golden Wake would love to have a conversation with them post-haste, I'd be sincerely appreciative.
She looks at it and goes, I see. Well then, I'm not sure if I can get that message to him specifically, because again, you know, he's the big boss. But I will do what I can. And you said you're staying at the Golden Wake then?
Yes.
Very good. I will pass that along to the best of my abilities.
Okay. All right. Friends, shall we? And spinning on a heel with a snap, we proceed to walk out from the lobby.
All right, can I get you to do a perception check for me?
Just to see if this person just freaks the feck out. Can't wait to roll a 1 on this. It's a 3! I can't perceive shit!
All right. You,
You do.
you turn on your heel and you walk out.
Right. Let's head back to the Golden Wake ourselves, and then we can either... So, friends, we can decide... I'm kind of in the mood to just pick up a quest. Let's go beat the out of something for some money. You know what? If the Queen of Storms wants to... If the Queen of Storms wants to put us into a spat, they can work to our time frame. What do you think?
Seeing as we're about at 3 hours here, why don't we take a quick bio break here?
Oh yes, go for it. I'll chat with these lovely Mother Hubbards to this, so we're clear on what we're doing next, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, cool. Right,
also,
be right back.
okie dokie. So JP, Jack Mayer, I hope I said a proper hello when you came in. If not, watto and welcome. If this is your first time seeing this, welcome to Memory Equals Null. This is a D&D game that Baron's been running for us for it's got to be coming up on 2 years. And the quirk of Memnull is it's me playing it with all of you lot. So we have one character that we kind of group control. And so we get to play through it all as a thing. And it's feckin' rad. The first season was like a sci-fi giant robot thing. And this is a D&D kind of Magitech steampunk thing. Yeah. And it's feckin' grand. If you've got any questions or anything, feel free to ask. Because if I can't answer, then some of the lovely people who have been with us throughout this whole nonsense. Actually, Wraith, that's not a bad shout. If there were any quests that put us roughly around the Red Isles, then we could check in on the Storm Queen's ex. Like, I'm not saying we're going to kill the Storm Queen's ex. I'm saying that we should find out for whom they are. Because, I don't know, Storm Queen don't seem like good people. But then we work for the Queen of Embers, so... The other thing I realised is that if the ship in red was given to someone else and we somehow acquired it, we might have just basically reported our own theft. I just realised that, but there we go. And yes, Keese, you are correct. All hail the Queen of Embers. All right, my turn for a pee break, and then we shall continue. And again, if it's your first time watching, please feel free to ask Baron Sheep any and all question stuff. And yeah, Baron, we're probably gonna be heading to the back to the Golden Wake after this. We're thinking about taking a quest that's going to put us roughly near the Red Isles.
Yep.
Right, back in a second.
So yeah, welcome everybody. If you have any questions that's not spoilery, I will answer. Keep in mind that you guys have this, I think it's this side. I should pull up my actual this number here. The higher this gets, the more likely you are to cause a havoc. But yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna catch up on chat quick. Yes, the sandwich hung with. So Baron, should we tell them about spoiler, or maybe we should tell them about spoiler? Can you get another pet mimic, possibly? I mean, seemed like that was the only one he was willing to part with at the moment, but. I love the spoilers. Sure, there's a bunch more islands I need to actually sit down and draw representations of for the map. And yeah, Sandwich, I'm also very tired of dealing with things. I'll be very glad when things somewhat return to normal. Have you met any druids or bards? I think you tried to hire a druid at some point. I think that's about it. It's actually one of the things that one of the very first rule sets that I remember running for, which we will not discuss because it turns out one of the creators is not good people. But one of the things that I really liked about that system was that, like, if you were a bard, you were not a bard, you were the bard. Like, bards didn't exist, or if they did, they were rare. Like, you were the bard that could do magic. If you were a druid, you were, like, the druid. Like, you were unique in the world, and that's what made you special, and that's why you kept getting all the quests and stuff. Ever mess with Blades in the Dark? No, I picked it up in the whatever that itch.io bundle is, but I haven't read through it yet. I really want to, because John Harper makes good stuff. John Harper? Yeah. I've heard there's some very cool mechanics in there, and also it's a Powered by the Apocalypse game, which I'm always a fan of. I very much enjoy that type of rules, because it lets me, as the DM, do a lot of hand wavy bullshit. Right, yes, Blaze in the Dark is the one where you do flashbacks. I am so salty. I missed buying one of the special edition ones by like that much. I missed the sale date on it by like a day, and I really want that because they're really cool looking. But yeah, it is one of those games that I now own the PDF of, and I will probably end up, if I can ever find a physical copy of the special edition, I will probably pay absurd amounts of money for it. Also, one of these days I'm gonna have to force myself to sit down and read through. I have a special edition of the Burning Wheel rule set, which is such a weird fucking rule set, but it's amazing. Like, to create your character, there's a worksheet that you have to fill out. It's kind of absurd, but it makes it really interesting characters. It also gives you benefits for, like, if you are willing to play a character that's like missing a hand, you get other benefits from that. I'm not familiar with Wrath and Glory. Let's mix the music up a little bit. Cool. Oh, Wrath and Glory is the latest 40k. I keep wanting to get into 40k, and I never do, just because the lore is so absurdly vast. And one of the things that I enjoy doing is making up lore, not having to memorize somebody else's lore. So although I very much appreciate it, and I love its aesthetic, I just have never gotten into it. I remember watching one of the 40k games, and it was like how you hit was fascinating because what you rolled on the dice actually determined like where you hit somebody. K would be a lot better without the people who like 40k. Yeah, that's true of a lot of fandoms. Just like playing a freaky space moon. I mean, who doesn't?
Hello, hello. My apologies for the wait.
Welcome back.
I was lamenting the fact that I do not have the artistic skills to fill Emberlin's book with like more notes. I am obsessed with this idea that one of the Starbound community did ages back that I think you can now buy, and they drew like a little notebook of their adventures, like the races they met, the planets they went to, the things they got into, and oh man, I'd love to have the skills to be able to do that. You know, draw like a little thing of Toothy, and then a little sketch in the corner of like Hex feeding the meat to a kobold and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I have a slightly larger tropical Red Bull.
Oh.
I know, getting fancy over here. I got one because I used to drink them at like GDC raves, and I'm missing that, so it's a little nostalgia drink.
Fair enough.
So yeah.
We've just been discussing other rule sets that I need to learn and run at some point.
Well, we've got the Black Hat Cats. Did I talk to you about that one?
No.
So it's in the Racial Injustice bundle from Humble, but we spent some cash on it during the sponsored Indie Horde, and you play 4 cats who fight evil. But not like anthropomorphic cats. You are regular house cats with magic powers.
Oh, no, yeah, no, I do remember that now, yeah, because I picked up that bundle,
Yeah.
so I have it.
And considering Whisper's involvement in Memory Equals Null, I feel that you are especially qualified.
Yeah, because I have that. I also have Blades in the Dark, which I want to run, because that's the one that does the, you don't plan things, you flash back to things.
Actually, here's me nodding along. I only know that because you told me.
Yeah, it's just a fascinating mechanic. And it's also John Harper who makes interesting games.
But yeah, I'm going to copy out the spells into the book after the show this evening. That's my next one. Oh, there was one other thing, but it is completely dropped out of my head. Feck. All right, let's head to the Golden Wake, and if the other thing leaps back into my mind, well, then I will remember it.
Sorry, clearing out Discord messages. All right, so you make your way back to the Golden Wake.
Yes, after observing nothing and just generally being a bit weird to a sales assistant.
Yeah, so you make your way back there. It's calmed down a little bit. People have gone back to kind of their drinking at their own tables. You don't see Mila anywhere. She's either taken her leave or she's
Passed out.
Passed out or dealing with being in charge shenanigans.
You know what? I think that's okay. I feel like when she needs an adventure, she'll let us know. So let us. Oh yes, because sorry, we discussed it, but we didn't really discuss it with the characters. So just kind of turning to Hex and Xiaosu, being like, right, plan. I want to check out whatever the ruddy hell this X of the storm goddess is all about. But also, I don't know about you both, but I could do with just a good old-fashioned hunt. Let's just take some work. So I figure, let's see if there's anything around the Red Isles, roughly around the same direction. See if we can't kill, well, I was going to say 2 birds with 1 stone, but that feels like tempting fates in this place.
Yeah, Sharcy's just like, honestly, I don't know what I'm doing at this point, so I kind of just along for the ride. And Hex is like, oh, wait.
Hex, yeah, and we need to get you to give your new friend Toothy a try. And Xiaosu, I understand, believe me, more than anyone else, I understand what it's like to be adrift. So you are welcome with us for as long as, but I still value your counsel, you know? I have a feeling that you've seen a fair few things in your time.
So I can handle myself, I think.
Okay, so heading up to the guild counter, you're like, right, to the to whoever's behind there, kind of almost starting the conversation before they have a chance to begin. Like, right, we find ourselves in need of some work, specifically around the Red Isles region, in roughly the Hex. What was the area we were heading to?
I was like, it is just a little north of the Red Isles.
We're going to be heading a little north of the Red Isles. We wondered if there was any quests taking us out that way.
Yeah, they go, I don't know, take a seat, I'll look through all our stuff, see if there's anything up that way.
Thank you,
Good
thank
luck.
you.
Hand away the OA.
Cuppa? Cuppa. Let's go get a table.
So you
Yeah.
sit down, and yeah, you like order a round or a cup of tea or whatever.
I mean, those two can have whatever they want. I'm going just for a cuppa for the moment. But whilst waiting for our order to return, I was like, it's kind of like, so Shasu, what was life like before? Gestures to the guild hall, because you were with the order for must have been donkey's years. How does one find oneself in such a position?
So I've been part of the Jade Legion, or not the, I'm sorry, the Emerald Shield, for most of my life. I joined when I was very, very young. It's mostly a life of devotion and helping people, seeking out knowledge. I mean, I serve the goddess of knowledge, so it's kind of my thing.
Haven't met her yet, but we'll see how the day shapes out. God.
Yeah, apparently. It's, yeah, lots of praying, helping people, fighting against the influence of the Nazil, you know, that kind of thing.
Yes.
It started becoming more militaristic in recent years, which I was always pushing back against, but it seems like no matter what anybody tries, we just keep getting more and more militaristic, which is why kind of led to the confrontation that you saw and interrupted.
I was going to say
thank you for that.
fell in on, but you're always welcome. Is there? I mean,
But-
what do you think changed? New head honcho in charge? Change of diet?
It's hard to say. It could just be the wrong people got put in charge of certain things. For all I know, maybe some of our higher ups got influenced by the lower lords. Who knows? There's always a chance, no matter how holy we are, that there's a chance that we fall back into darker ways.
Well, it sounds to me that, unlike some of your compatriots, you are staying true to your beliefs, and I can only respect that.
I'm trying.
And I do like Lucifer's feed two birds with one scone. I'm going to try and remember that for both this game and for the real. But actually, I want to add that one. Like, maybe it's... You're right, Shasu. Maybe it is the influence of the Nazil. Or it could just be that someone up there's a dick.
It's also a very high possibility of that's it.
Thank you, Ray. Well, as I said, you're welcome with us for as long as you need. And I won't lie, whilst Hex here is turning out to be a surprisingly valuable member of the team, I appreciate the extra help. I'm not sure where this little jaunt's going to take me, and wouldn't say no to having you with us on the regular.
Yeah, until I figure out what's going on and can make contact with some of my old mentors, happy to do what I can to help. As paladins, you know, we're supposed to help people.
And I will say, if it turns out that you wish to remain independent, like, you know, we now have friends in high places, gestures to the guild hall. You know, we could secure you a membership that would at least mean you'd have some, you know, some fiscal autonomy.
He just kind of, it's like, yeah, I have to figure out what that means to my oath, honestly, but we'll see.
Sorry, I'm throwing a lot at you. It's been a day.
It's been, yeah, it's a good way to put it. He just takes a long sip of his water.
I think well, at least Emberlyn also kind of takes a moment just to ponder the fact that it's only been like 48 hours in this town, and it feels like it's been a month.
Yeah.
I have no idea what Hex is up to.
Hex is drinking. They keep ordering incredibly large drinks. It's like,
Fuck. It's that realization there's that realization you have sometimes in a game like this when you realize you're not the protagonist. This is Hex's story. We're just along for the ride.
Eventually, the clerk from the front comes over. And is like, "Cool. How do you feel about owls
Like,
and bears?"
I mean, I couldn't eat a whole one?
Because one of the smaller fringe islands up by the Red Isles, apparently they've come into a bit of an owl bear situation. Some random rogue mage was messing around and made a thing and then couldn't control it. Surprise, surprise. Mages are assholes.
Quick
A
question.
couple of mages at the next table over give them a dirty look.
Quick question. Are you trying to infer that this is a bear the size of an owl or the owl the size of a bear?
It's an owl bear. It like puts the paper down in front of you, and yeah, there's like a rough sketch of like an owl bear.
Looks down. Oh! Why? Why is
I don't know,
why is owlbear?
Why do mages do anything? Again, the mages the next table were like, the fuck, mate?
We'll take it. We'll take it. Thank you kindly.
Like, all right, cool. Enjoy.
Okay. All right. Finish your drinks, friends. Let's. Oh, sorry, go for it.
I was gonna say, you ask, okay, but why? And mages ask, but why not?
Why not merge an owl and a bear together? Sorry, Alnus, for the mages on the table being like, I detect call out. Oh, would you look at that? I cast detect. Fuck. Sorry, Alnus, I killed your line, but it made me laugh too much to deliver it well. Oh.
I mean, Kisa, technically, owlbears are a form of chimera.
Okay, so to the table. All right, finish your drinks, friends. Let's head to the boat, and we'll make a move. As we're moving, do you think you're going to be able to charter us there? Do you think you'll be able to charter us there, dear Hex? Because I am going to need to have a proper snooze. I am. I probably shouldn't have done that pit fight earlier in the day, but here we are.
Hex has never driven boat.
Well, I guess we're going to learn today.
So I was like, didn't we pay for 2 nights at that inn? We've only spent 1 there.
Ah, good point.
And it's getting a little late. He looks at his non-existent watch.
Looks at his turtle arm. You know, I think I've just been running on adrenaline all day, Chasu. I think you're right. So, I tell you what. Belay the finishing of your drinks. We'll get dinner here. We'll go crash the inn, and we'll get this bright and early in the morrow. How does that sound?
That's right. Sounds good. I think right now you didn't notice her coming up, but Mila comes up and she just slams her hands down on the table. It's like, oh my god, it's good to be around people again. Holy fuck.
You look like you were having the time of your absolute life earlier.
She puts her hand on your shoulder and goes, I just got laid for the first time in, like, at least for me, like 4 months. Can I buy you a drink? I'm gonna buy us all drinks. I'll be right back.
Chaosu, just whatever she gives you, just pass it to me. I'll handle it.
Hex is like, oh here.
or to Hex.
Can I get you to roll a perception check for me?
I can't wait to roll a 2. It's another 3! Are you fucking kidding me? How am I so oblivious?
Mostly just because I'm curious. I want to see if either Hex or Trosu notices this.
Yeah, you're right, Ikoa. It's not a 2. Hex rolls a 15. Fucking hard carry Hex.
Oops. I forgot to. I forgot to change. All right, so Sharsu doesn't, but to Hex and the rest of the audience, the camera pans over and you just see Glassjaw coming out of a back room, like buttoning his pants.
Just stump. Oh. I mean, I'm very happy for him. And I wish I'd been quicker on the jaw so I could have been like, well, for you it's been 4 months. But from our perspective, you haven't been late in 400 years. So, cheers to you.
So she comes back over carrying... did the Mimic notice them? Doesn't give a shit.
Important question about Turtle Paladins. Do they have a rebellious teenage phase where they decide they're ninjas and pretend to be some sort of mutants? Like some sort of teenage mutant ninja turtles?
I'm going to need a moose no to those coordinates. I'm going to need a moose no. Moose, thank you for 200 bits. You absolute terror.
So yeah, she comes back over and puts down like 4 massive steins of ale and like passes them to all of you. And Shashi was like, yes, just like kept sliding it towards you.
Also, Compliment Cat made a real good point. Hex has the perception to see, but not the insight to understand. So I like the idea that Hex saw it and went like, oh, Grimjaw must have gotten new pants. Gets us back to hanging out with the rest of us.
Must have spilled something on their pants, yeah.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Moose, yes. Moose always yes.
Hex's baby.
I mean, Hex is technically an adult.
Hex is like how every dag is puppy, Hex's baby.
Yeah.
He's too adorable. Oh. Okay. So yeah, grabbing the glass. Here's to you getting something for the first time in 400 years. Cheers.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think you drink and exchange or listen to her kind of go off on stories for a bit. I'm actually gonna let's see.
With me and Hex taking turns finishing shout juice drinks.
So you keep doing that, and at some point, she's like, "Hi, Sharcy, what do you think about that over there?" And then like he's like, "What?" And you notice that she just like pulls out a flask and like pours something into his water. And after a while, this keeps going on where she keeps being like, "Oh, do you know that person? Like he's also a turtle." And he's like, "Oh, no." And like eventually he starts getting a little trashed. And they start just exchanging like fighting stories of like things that they fought and killed. And she's like, "Oh, this one time there's this giant snake," and he's like, "Oh no, I at some point went into this town and there was this minotaur, and we thought, oh, the minotaur's probably the bad guy because they're kind of mustaches, right? Turns out no, he's the local shaman and he heals people."
Q, is there a quest work to save a sky nurse shark? Not sorry.
No, there is not. Fuck. A sky nurse shark implies a school of sky sharks. I'm not okay with this.
Oh.
Thank you for the bit. Sorry, you were saying.
So yeah, they start like exchanging stories. Shark people, shark people.
Looks like shark, tastes like people. Please continue.
Yeah. Anyway, eventually it's late. And I think you all kind of like wrap up and start heading back to your the tavern that you actually paid for. Sharsu's a little confused why it's hard to walk, but
well, I don't know if we can say we're steady him, but we'll just. I mean, he's more of a damage to everyone around him than himself if he falls over, so we'll just let him have it.
yeah. Yeah, but yeah, you go to, like, you get him into his room and just kind of let him collapse on his bed, which creaks when he falls into it. Like, put him on his side. Okay, close the door.
I'm not looking forward to a talk with a hangover, but
Yeah.
oh,
I think since Mila actually paid for like her own room, or Mina, sorry, paid for her own room, she actually like gave Hex the key. Like, I'm not gonna use them to stay here tonight. So Hex is like, oh, Hex gets room to self. Oh, and like uses the room. And yeah, you walk in to your room.
for
Sorry.
myself, like, assuming nothing happens, I'm falling asleep in my fucking armor. Like, we did pit fights and conversations and lots of walking and the House of Many Mimics. This is the emblem of, I'm not even going to take my bloody shoes off, thunk. Okay, I sleep forever now, good night. To no one.
No, so you walk into your room, and you notice there's already a fire going. And you're like, oh, that's hospitable. There's somebody sitting in the chair next to the fire.
And it's just like, I guess I'm not going to sleep just yet. Sitting, and the thing is, with an air of someone who isn't upset or frustrated, who isn't like, surprised or angry, it's just kind of resigned. Just gonna sit on the bed and be like, and how can I help you?
Sorry, trying to find a good. Ooh, this sounds like it's. Yeah. You sit down and look over at them and say, "And how can I help you?" And it is a mask presenting person, quite attractive. Dark hair. They've got like their hood up, and they're just like sitting in the chair with like a glass of whiskey. And look over at you.
We didn't get Xiao Chu drunk. Don't put that on me. And Utopia Heart, nice and welcome back.
And he looks at you and says, "It appears you've made quite the splash since you've been here, haven't you?"
I like to think of it as a good introduction, but fair.
Do you know who it is that you're serving?
The Queen of Embers.
Yes. Which makes your name fitting, I suppose.
It was the best we came up with, certainly.
She always did have a flair for the dramatic.
I mean, whether I inherited that from her or whether that's why I ended up working with her in the first place, I couldn't tell you, but yes.
You inherited a lot from her.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh. I'm sorry, I am the one that everyone meets eventually.
A hangover?
I am Jaffa, the Vanguard of Woe.
Well, Jaffa, it's lovely to meet you. Though you're going to have to forgive me, I'm exceptionally tired, so I am blanking entirely on your good self.
I am the God of Death.
3 gods in one day, okay. Well, I would say make yourself at home, but you're beating me to it. So how can I help you, Jaffa? Or is this just a house call?
Well, it's more of a baiting my own curiosity, I suppose.
Oh, thank God. Well,
So though
gods.
everyone meets me eventually, it's very rare that people meet me before their time. Which is yet another thing that makes you Interesting.
And then Emberlyn just lets out the most massive sigh. Oh, God. Oh, I thought somebody had put something in my drink this evening, and I've just been poisoned. Oh, no offense. It's lovely to meet you in a non-dying manner. I was just trying to do the whole, like, calm in the face of death thing. Oh, how did I do, by the way? How did I do?
He just chuckles a bit and goes, "Can I offer you a drink?"
Fuck yes.
He just like waves his hand and like this table just emerges next to him with a bottle on it, and he just like pours a glass and kind of slides it towards you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have a nice long draft of it.
Yeah, it tastes like it's an absurdly old, incredibly fine whiskey.
When? It wasn't like, you know, pickled feet or something. Joffa, Lord of Mimic Tables.
Yeah, like now that you're looking at him, you just see like black smoke kind of emanating from like out of his sleeves, and like he just emanates darkness basically. He doesn't even seem to like necessarily reflect the light from the fire properly.
So after having kind of just taken a couple of moments to gather oneself and remind that that we aren't actually dying, we aren't actually dead. After a beaten a pause post whiskey, everyone keeps using this word interesting when they talk about us. I would not say that I'm a clueless individual, but I feel very frequently that I am a piece in matters much greater than myself. I guess I'm asking.
Say that.
I guess I'm asking, why me?
There are certain things that I don't believe they are my place to tell you. But you are... I suppose a form of litmus test. Tell me, what do you know of the gods?
I feel that's a cheap question on my part. I had the opportunity to meet several of you. I know the basic stories that have been told. I know of the Queen of Embers shaking up everybody's bowl of soup. I know the goddess of the sea and storms is still livid. And honestly, that's about it. I've met several folks who interpret the will of the gods and tell stories of them, but I don't know. So far, the story and the deity are a little at odds. They tell me the gods have been quiet lately. I mean, I have memories stretching back, a week and change, so I couldn't say for certain, but those of authority say that the gods used to speak to them on the frequent, and now they are quiet. I am not entirely sure what that means. As I said, I've gotten to hang out with 3 of you today. I guess that must be making me sound woefully undereducated in all this.
I mean, one in your position, I believe, gets a bit of a pass in that regard.
I'm not sure what the Queen of Embers wants. And I don't find myself afraid of that knowledge. I don't find myself sitting and wondering. Perhaps that's just the nature of my being. I'm just the introducer, the opening act. But I don't know the opening act to what.
That will make 2 of us.
Oh, I have something in common with Death himself. No one would believe me if I told them, right?
No.
Ah, piss.
Well, maybe your little kobold friend, but they seem to trust you implicitly anyway.
My friend, that little kobold may be one of the purest beings on this sphere of water.
They are interesting. Much like you. But in a slightly different flavor.
Tell me, do you deities talk amongst each other frequently? Are you in the habit of conversing?
Depends on which one, but in general, yes.
Have you spoken with the goddess of knowledge?
My mother? Yes. I speak with her often.
I feel like usually a person in my position is asking you for extra time, clemency, or for a free pass. But the war turtle that has been with me, he seems of true stock. I don't know if it's possible for your sort to speak to just anyone, but if the goddess of knowledge had time to converse with him, if only a little, I feel it would give his life something special.
Normally I would be willing to, but there are factors at play right now that make that difficult.
Can you tell me of these factors? I have a feeling like if I'm not involved in them, I might be the bloody cause of them at this point.
He just kind of smiles at you and then takes another long sip of his whiskey. And by the way, you have, in fact, technically, met all of us. And by all of us, I mean all of us.
I finish the whiskey.
He grabs the bottle and, fills you back up.
Thank you. Staring off into the fire in kind of a 1,000-yard stare sort of manner. Well, fuck.
He gives a very soft chuckle. He goes, that is a very succinct way to put it.
I mean, already I'm sure you've seen the goddess of storms wishes us to involve ourselves in some personal politics of hers.
I mean, she's been trying to get me to kill her wife for ever.
We're probably not going to be slaying her wife. I'm sure you've guessed this already, but I'm still just gestures to self. I prefer not to have a furious god of the storms coming at me.
He shrugs and goes, when it is her time, it is her time. It is not for me to comment on.
I understand.
I merely usher people to the other side.
a little half-hearted chuckle from Emberlyn. It's nice to know that death doesn't do requests. Somehow comforting.
In general, I've discovered people view me in a very cold light. When in reality, I strive to be anything but. It's a massive transition. People think it's the end for them, but really, Not so much.
Well, I will say, dear Death, if this is the service you give everybody on their way out, I've got to say, you certainly have a flair for the compassionate.
I mean, if death should be anything, it should be easy.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I have to ask. How long has Alphas been asking people, varying people, to dispose of her ex-wife?
Since I granted her godhood.
So 3 weeks? Longer? Longer. I'm guessing longer.
Thousands of years.
She takes another little sip of whiskey while 1,000 yards staring off into the fire. I am not asking that question. Thank you for the bits, but that is too dark. I mean, we have death here for a conversation. I feel like we should.
Everybody, if you want, throw your questions in the chat. I'm gonna grab another beer really quick.
Go for it. Because I'm assuming we don't have infinite time with the Great Reaper. So yeah, questions we can ask.
So, be right back.
And AR, I mean, we're probably going to go have a conversation with her wife. That's where we're headed in the digital tomorrow. The digital tomorrow? What am I even saying? That's where we're going to be headed, like, in the morning. So, excuse me. So that we can find. Oh, that's a good point. Did Joffa ascend the queen? You mean, obviously, our queen. Or did she gain power another way? That would give us enough. Wraith being like, what if we asked death itself? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck?
What do we need to know?
This is how you get murdered by death. Don't encourage this.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck? If a woodchuck could chuck wood.
The Reaper's like, I get this like 8 out of 9 times. What the fuck? Green. Yeah. So, okay, things we have gained already. At the very, very beginning of this campaign, the figures on thrones, the huge figures in the distance, that was the full pantheon. So everyone was there. We could ask Joff. I want to call him Joffers. We could ask Death if we were made, or how we came to be. I think asking. Okay, so Dorch just wanted to ask if Death ascended the Queen, or did she gain power another way? And then asking us, I think, would be 2 good questions. I don't know how much we'll get, but... So having stared into the fire a little bit, it was... do you mind my asking, as the Pantheon seems in the habit of ascending individuals, did my Queen... Was my queen ascended by one of yourselves? Where did she come from? I'm pretty much her loudest supporter, and yet I know so very little.
He lets out a very soft chuckle, because since you are effectively a child, I suppose I can educate you. There are 3 born deities. my mother, who then gave birth to myself and my sister. And everyone else, I granted deity. Except your queen. And he kind of pushes the hood back and then like lifts his head back a bit, and you see there's like a burned hand mark on his neck.
Oh my word. Was that from her? Was that from someone?
It was her. He puts the hood back up.
Oh my word. Oh my word.
She claimed deity. She's the first. Since I've been around, anyway.
My word. I don't know what the correct thing to say is in this term. I don't know if I should be... I don't know if I should be apologizing or otherwise.
He just smirks and takes another sip of his whiskey.
So actually that answers, compliment Cap, I think that answers yours as well. The vision we saw of the two figures fighting and one emerging victorious. That was her ascension. Okay. And no, Wraith, we're not doing the woodchuck question. Oh, there was one other really good question. So I fucking lost track of it. Okay, I'm going to go with Alnus's one. So after another kind of like long staring into the fire pause and... Am I dangerous? I mean, to not necessarily you, but to the deities, to the foundation of all of this.
All living things are as dangerous as they allow themselves to be.
Okay. Yeah, apologies for the pause, dear Baron. There's loads of great questions, and I'm trying to make sure I grab the right ones. Bartender, no, it's not Cotton-Eyed Jofa. This is Death. Kisa, thanks, Papa Death. God. I apologize, friends. Like I said, there was one really good question, and I lost track of it, so I'm so sorry if I haven't answered. Okay, so having taken a breath and a beat, so leaning back and kind of giving the whiskey a little bit of a swirl, it's like, so what can I do for you? I doubt you make these kinds of house calls on the casual.
There are very few things that I do casually. I suppose I just wanted some FaceTime with you. It's not often I get to shut the others out. And they are... You cannot hear them. But they are hammering at the door right now.
My word. Well, not that I could stop you, but anytime you'd like to take a break and have a conversation, you are cordially invited. God. Do you get to spend much time amongst us mere mortals?
Much more than you would think.
Because I know a particular guild hall that serves food like you wouldn't believe.
I'm well aware.
Sorry. It's me attempting to explain to one of the great deities where is a decent food joint. I apologize. I think even my nerves are getting the better of me. I intend to continue serving the Queen of Embers. I'm sure that was as much obvious. And I can only tell you what I know, which is that she has given me no orders other than to announce her coming. I don't know if her coming means explosions and fiery death. I don't know if her coming means a shaking up of the old order of things, another star in the sky, or if it's merely a phase in a passing blip. But she hasn't asked of me anything that would bring great harm to this world. I guess I keep thinking about that.
I think you have, unintentionally or not, stumbled across one of the great truths.
That kobolds are severely underestimated?
That is an evident truth.
Friends, I'm sorry, I just had to. And forgive me, I've been drinking quite a lot this evening. What of those great truths would that be, Death?
I think your queen doesn't know what she wants yet. I believe she's took hold of power and is now questioning what to do with it. She's also, I believe, waiting to see if you're worthy to carry her name.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure. No big deal, no big deal. I just have to help a deity find direction and prove my worth.
I believe she will find it on her own. She's just... You don't fight one of the old ones. And then some more of the old ones. And then win. And lose. And then win. Without questioning what you're doing.
Yes, one doesn't do that on a casual Tuesday.
Believe me, you don't. I have been asked to slay certain things, and I have refused.
I assume the big old dragons was one of them, right?
Among other things. He leans forward and kind of stares into the fire, and the fire flares up a tiny bit, and then you see his brow furrow, and the fire dies down to almost nothing.
Oh, good. Metaphor.
And he looks at you. He says, "Tell me, child. Do you believe gods are immortal?"
God. A question and a half. I believe, left to their own devices, they will not age and die like the rest of us. But while not everything has a natural end, some things can have an end thrust upon them. No pun intended, Death, sorry.
Something to ponder. He stands up and goes, "I've taken enough of your time.
Thank you.
I will be watching your exploits quite closely."
Thank you kindly for the drink. Finishing what was left, I place it on the magic table.
Yeah, the table sinks back down to the floor. He goes... he reaches over and he grabs your axe and looks at it. And just smirks. And then hands it back to you.
Putting it back where it was. Well, Death, if you ever need a break from, as you said, the others banging on the door, feel free to come by any time. Again, not that I could stop you, but I like... I'd rather invite you in.
Oh, you call me much more than you think you do.
Okay, but in my defense, that alcohol was very, very strong, and I was not prepared for it. It was less invoking, more just cursing.
Snaps his fingers, and in the wall behind him, there's this massive black door that appears. And he walks over to it, and kind of looks at it for a moment, and then he reaches over, and from it he pulls a nail. And just drops it on the ground. And he looks back at you and says, I will be seeing you, Emmeline Burns. And then he goes through the door. And as it closes behind him, it just dissolves into smoke.
Oh, fuck. Okay, like, first things first, having managed to keep most of a calm composure, Emberlyn just goes for, like, the... Oh, fuck. Oh, arms. Okay, get it together. Get it together, okay. Okay, pull my headphones out. Nice work, Will. Nice work, Will. Okay, okay. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, that was just death itself. Okay. Ooh. Okay. And with the tentative maneuvers of someone going over to what they believe is something that's about to explode in their face, I'm going to try and detect magic on the nail.
Do you have detect magic?
Oh, no, I do not. Shit. I can't do diddly feckin' squat.
But it is this. It's about like 4-inch, like black iron nail that looks very roughly hewn. Like it's not a nice standard like rolled nail that we're used to. It is an old ass nail, and it is just sitting on the floor.
Okay, I would like to do an Arcana check if that is okay.
You can try.
Right, one. Actually, I don't know my Arcana, so it's just a D20.
Mm-hmm.
11.
I mean, a god pulled it out of a door that they summoned, so...
I poke it ever so gently, like one might poke an animal that's not entirely sure if it's awake or not.
You poke it, and it rolls a tiny bit. It is cold to the touch, but other than that, the fact that it seems fairly heavy, it doesn't seem to like hurt you or instantly kill you.
Okay. So, gonna pick it up with the tiniest of fingers and just kind of rotatey potatey. Like, I am treating this thing like it could go off at any second.
Yeah, you
Nothing
very gently
happens.
pick it up. It is. It's not just like cold because it's been in the room and it's room temperature cold. It is cold. Like it is actively cold to the touch. And as you hold it in front of you and like rotate it, it's a very rough hewn nail. Other than that, it's just a black nail.
Okay. I'm going to take out my tome, aforementioned, and kind of tuck it into the spine.
All right.
Then,
As Windows decides to make random noises at me.
and apt timing, as the death nail comes out, Windows is like, boom, ba-da-dum. I noticed you were trying to mess with forces beyond your control. Would you like some help with that?
Not now, Clippy, not now!
So, resigning that one is not going to unlock the secrets of death, the universe, and everything after an evening of drinking and exhaustion. As I'm now quite at least a little bit more awake, armor comes off, and I'm going to pass the fuck out.
Okay. You doff your armor, and then just like face down in bed.
Yep.
You drift off to sleep slowly, have, I don't know, kind of fitful sleep. But the next morning, you awaken to the sun coming in through the window. And it has that kind of weird blue filtered, like coming through all the seawater light. But you awaken and you roll over, and Hex is just staring at you.
Oh god! Oh, good morning, Hex. You scared the feck out of me. Oh, what time is it?
It's late morning. You did not lock your door.
I opened my mouth as I'm about to say to Hex, I had a drink with literal death last night. I felt that locking my door after that point was basically a moot point. And I decide against it, and I'm like, you're right, Hex. I didn't lock my door. That was silly of me. Shall we get some breakfast?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds, I'll get dressed. Right.
Okay.
Don armor and get everything together. Oh.
Yep. Hex, leaves and you get your arm together. I think there's a brief moment as you like look at the axe that's laying there, and you're like, all right.
Yep.
You grab it.
Yelling to Hex, is Xiao Chu awake yet?
Yeah, from the other side of the door. Yes, he's downstairs.
Thank you, Hex. All right. Yeah, and as you were saying, like, while getting everything together, just have another look at the axe. Like, we've not even swung this thing at someone, I don't think. But holstering it up, same as every day.
Yep.
And away we go. Right. So, heading downstairs to meet the rest of the team. How are they doing?
So yeah, Hex was just waiting outside your door, and like happily like trundles down with you. Still kind of like they've holstered the axe more or less, but it's still like very much keeping their hand on it. You get downstairs. Sharsu is like reading through some kind of book that he has and drinking, looks like tea.
And good morning to you, sir. How are you doing?
So you're finally up. My head kind of hurts. I'm not sure why, but whatever.
Yes, considering your maneuvers on the way back to the room last night, I think Mina might have been, how to phrase it, supplementing your beverages last night.
Huh. So that's what that feels like.
Yeah. Good at the time, terrible after.
Yeah. Yeah.
Food helps.
I've noticed that. And he points to a plate that has crumbs on it.
Oh. How are you feeling for existential crises this morning? Because if you'd like a new one, boy, I've got a humdinger.
He just lets out a deep sigh and he's like, don't you always?
Anyway,
Takes another long sip of his tea.
should we get our little adventure underway? I'll grab something from the market stalls as we're on the way.
Yeah, I'm all settled up, so we can go.
Right. Onward. And oh yeah, Kisa, I'm getting a fucking kebab on the way, you know. I keep the conversation light along the way. As much as I joked with him about existential dread, I'm not quite sure how to phrase it. You know, speaking about the deities is one thing, but speaking about one of the fundamentals of existence, I don't know. It feels weird to discuss it in casual manner. After acquiring the kebab along the way, I kind of more just absently chewing and thinking rather than the usual Emberlin banter.
All right, go ahead and mark down like a copper for
Yep.
kebabage.
Kebab.
Oh god, kebab sound good.
Right.
So you make your way down to the dock and like chatting, just like, oh yeah, look, we're gonna like sort like Albert, I guess that's a thing. That's
Yep.
weird. All right, whatever. You round the dock, and at the base of the tower that your boat is stashed at, there is a very old, very angry-looking gnome.
I attempt to avoid eye contact and walk past.
He's standing like directly in front of the elevator, so you would have to like shove your way past him.
Could I awkward shuffle round him?
I think as soon as you get even remotely close, it's like, yo, you on that boat?
With mock confusion, I look around like, me? Are you sure?
That was a question. Do you on that boat?
Which one? That one? I point to a completely different boat.
No, that one.
Do you mean that one?
That one. Are you blind? The only one docked at this tower.
I'd have to get up much closer to see.
Then why are you trying to go up this tower?
It's a good view. I'm hungry. Need my kebab up there. Contemplate the world. See the waves lapping against the force field. And truly know what it's like to live in such a wonderful place.
Okay, then fuck off. I'm trying to wait for somebody.
Okay, well, good luck. If you find them, then I hope whatever it is gets resolved. Come along, friends.
Hex is like, but it's just, but
It's fine. It's fine.
But-
It's fine.
we're going.
Yeah, we're going up here to look at the view. Isn't that right, Hex? Wink.
I thought we were gonna go kill Albert.
I mean, there's still time this afternoon. Come along now.
Oh, okay. Sharsu also looks very confused. Can you roll a perception check for me?
I mean, I can roll it. Am I going to succeed at it? No. 7.
Alright.
You observe nothing! Sorry, I don't mean to speak for you, friend.
No, yeah, you like look back and this old grumpy gnome is just sitting there like, got a cane.
Gonna wait for that
He's dressed in
other
He's dressed in
tiefling.
very nice clothing. But other than that,
So, Ian, it just struck me as we've already bullshitted our way out of this. Yes, it could have been the person we punted 2 snake corpses onto.
that was a dwarf.
Or it could be the person that owned the entirety of the ship stuff. That was a dwarf. Wait, yeah. Baron, have
The
we
person
gone
you
too
dropped the
far?
take on.
Have we gone too
was-
far, or can we ollie out of this?
I mean, you've like turned and started walking away. If you want to turn back and be like, okay, fine, whatever.
I
Do
do.
you?
So over shoulder. So quick question. if you did happen to find that person, were you looking to, oh, I don't know, eviscerate them, explode them, converse with them?
I need to figure out who the fuck owns this ship now.
I mean, is it parked incorrectly, or...
He just narrows his eyes at you. Can you roll me a persuasion check?
Sure. 11.
Plus, what's your persuasion? He sighs and goes, "'Cause I built that fucking ship for my ex-fiance." And that's what we're gonna call it today.
What? No! Are you legit calling it? Or is just...
Yes.
Fuck! Oh, my word. Yeah, Wraith, he did not recognize us. We... Oh, shit. Ex-fiancé. Person who stole godhood, which means they were mortal once. Oh, boy.
Oh,
Unless we were engaged to a gnome for a while.
Either way. This means we get to do end of session stuff, which means I'm going to show this to you.
Woohoo! Let me bring it up nice and... Okay, so... Hang on, I should... if you can, send me the image file of that for next time so I can share it with these lovely Mother Hubbards.
Yeah, well. So, at the end of each session, we ask a bunch of questions. So, did we learn something new or important about the world or setting?
Fuck yeah, we did. I mean, we've learned that the deity, the figures at the beginning were all of the deities. We've learned that the Queen of Embers took godhood from death itself. You know, no big deal!
All right. So, did we overcome a notable obstacle? Example, defeating a notable enemy, navigate a tricky social situation, or solve a puzzle?
I do not believe we did. We had a lot of great adventures today, but we were not proposed great challenges that we trashed. We acquired a meat-eating axe.
So that leads into the next question. Did we gain anything?
Fuck, yes.
Example, a new ally, a new magical item, notable wealth, means to achieve a goal.
Yes. The Death's Nail, the meat-eating axe.
All right.
Toothy, I believe, was the mimic.
Yes. And then character. Did we follow our personal traits?
Okay, and if you're curious about those, so the personal traits we chose for Emberlyn was kind to the kind. Like, Emberlyn is very compassionate towards kind people. I don't know if we necessarily achieved that. Most of the stuff we did was kind of, I wouldn't say self-serving, but we didn't help the world. Oh, and Tanari Wow, Watto.
All right. So I'm going to go with no on that one. You don't have an ideal.
Not yet.
Did you fulfill your bond?
Smiles blazing. That one, I think we very did.
Yeah.
We went into quite a few situations. Smiles are blazing.
Did you act on your flaws?
We didn't really have to vengeance anybody today. So we did not act on our flaws. But then also nobody deserved a vengeful burning.
Yeah. All right, and then stat guesses. You get 3 guesses for your stats. Also, apparently I'm running out of disk space, so my recording is going to... Oh, no, it ended. Okay, cool. That's fun. All right, anyway, stat guesses.
At least it didn't crash your rig.
Yeah.
Okay, so friends, by my understanding, we know our constitution, which is 16, or the modifier of 3. We know what our... Well, we know what our HP is now. And I believe that is it. I don't believe we've... Oh, yes. Dorcas and Wraith is right. We'd been playing, what's your charisma? And I believe 19 was the last goal as an overhang. So, friends, do you mind if I just throw that one in?
Also, real quick, doesn't... I think, sorry, we talked about a bunch of feats, and I don't remember if Elemental Adept give you a bunch of them gave you also like stat increases.
Elemental Adept does not, and I don't think we chose any. Yeah, because Devil's Sight just lets us see even in magical darkness.
Okay, cool. So, just want to make sure that didn't affect your base score.
Cool. Okay, so we're going to guess our charisma is 19 off the bat.
That is your final guess?
It is.
Your charisma is 19.
Yes! It only took a lot of guesses! Blade Nora. Let me just... 19. Boosh.
Which is a +4.
Which, very handy for, as Wraith says, 5th time every time. 5th time's a charm. Okay, so we have 2 more guesses, friends.
Okay, this is just like Wisdom 12.
And see, Complicap, like, you're not wrong. If we'd gone for the flames, we would have gotten max charisma at level 8, which is dope as. But, I don't know, there was just something about how we came away from that last fight that just made it make sense. Do you know what I mean? I love the idea of the Cloak of Flames as an effect, but it's definitely the, we invoked our god's name, we put ourselves to the test, and we came out stronger. Our fire burns brighter. Yeah. Now, I'm real tempted to throw in Kisa's Wisdom 12, but we do know that Wisdom's one of our 2 proficiencies. I don't know if that
doesn't mean it's high. It just means that you get to add your proficiency bonus to it.
Okay.
So basically, as you level up, you get proficiency bonuses that just also increase things that you are proficient in. So like you could have a proficiency of like -2, but then your wisdom could be like -2, but then you get to add your proficiency bonus to it, which would then...
Okay. Oh, and Compliment Cap, absolutely do not worry. I love hearing about people's like builds and ideas and concepts. Emberlin's definitely both mechanically and thematically is very much driven by, whatever the Queen of Embers has bestowed upon them. So that's kind of where it's taken us through. Do you know what I mean? But, no, do not apologize for throwing in thoughts and ideas. Like, I mean, the shit do I know about the higher workings of characters in D&D? Friends, I can assure you, I have not researched it. Now, both Kisa and Asari would like to guess a dexterity of 15, so I think I am going to throw that guess in. So, Baron von Sheepington, I would like to guess that our dexterity is 15.
Your dexterity is not 15.
Ah! Good guess, everybody. Good guess. Sorry, Wraith says, just go get one of Fee's joints so you can work on the higher bit. No.
Alright, you get one more guess.
I've already magic doored from the marijuana in these parts. I handle it in... I take it in very controlled ways. Because what Fiona can smoke on the daily would put my little British self into another plane of sight. I would gain actual warlock abilities for the duration. I'm not talking about my character, I'm talking about me. That's how high I'd get. Moose is saying, so far we have a base 17 and a base 16, so we're going to start guessing what our other stats are. Ray's right, I'd very much like to see that. Well, so far, when we've gotten me very stoned, I'm just rather, like, cheerful but inanimate. Had one of Fiona's edibles last week, and in terms of, like, helping me not stress about the grand scheme of things, it was glorious. But I was just a very cheerful potato. I was at one with the sofa.
I wonder if it's because I got really crossfaded last night, because I also had a bunch to drink. But I had an edible last night, and it got to the point where I was in the papasan chair that we have on our patio, covered by a large blanket, and I was like, I don't know if I can move. Anyway, final guess, Will.
I am going to... You know what? Dorches has been a force of nature throughout this campaign and the last, so I'm gonna anime back them up with Wisdom 13.
Your wisdom.
Oh, you son of a bad word.
Is not 13.
Fuck! Oh, well, it was 3 solid guesses.
You got one.
We got one. We did good.
Yeah.
I will say, like I said earlier, I wish I had the skills to do, like, cool drawings and stuff. What I'm going to do is write out the spells, at least in this one, because I love it in combat. With instead of looking through the menus here, I'm actually flicking through the spell book.
Fair enough.
If anyone wants to send us a death nail to add to this, or any other nonsense, we do have the P.O. box down the doobly-doo. So please feel free to abuse the heck out of that. Oh, Dorch just asked what's Emberlin's XP now?
I put it in the beginning from last session. I'll go through and double check all my numbers later. I think you were up to... Okay, don't quote me on this. I think you got 600 experience this session, but I will double check that later.
Yeah. Ian, you need a blacksmith, we need a blacksmith. I mean, I'm holding out for you to take up the blacksmithing trade yourself so that I can get discounts.
Well, once the world opens back up, there's actually a place that's like a mile or two, I think it's that way, that offers blacksmithing classes that I'm absolutely taking.
One of Soraya's friends also does similar blacksmithing courses. I'm real tempted to do one of the curved handle knives. They're like the basic Hello World of knives, but
anyway.
Yes. Before we get on to blacksmithing chat, right? So I'm going to run credits in just a second and thank all these lovely Mother Hubbards. I will find someone to... Hang on, bear with me a second. I will find some lovely Mother Hubbard to pass them all over to. And we shall go from there. Yeah, no. Friends, it is fucking glorious to be back. Once again, Baron Sheep, thank you for doing all this. Like... For those of you who joined for your first kind of Memnull session today, I hope you had a good time. If you want to catch up on this season, the wonderful Neighborhood Lucifer's done a podcast cut of it, which you can have a listen to get you up to speed. And if you want to hear the, we'll say, misadventures of Thick McRunfast and Amnesiac Mech Pilot from Season 1, that is also in podcastian form, which you can give a listen to. If you have cast your eyes down into the doobly-doo. I want to say thank you again to our sponsors, Roll20. If you want to do a D&D game on the internet, you're probably already using Roll20, so me saying that you should use Roll20 is a moot fucking point, but I'm going to say it anyway. Yeah, no, Roll20 gives us a bunch of support and love, so thank you to them. And to the individuals that yoked bits that keeps my dumb ass, the Nuggets, River, Fiona, the lot of us alive right now, to all of you, I want to say a massive thank you. In fact, specifically to these lovely individuals. First up, Deus, thank you for donating cash monies. Like, that's literally going to go on food. Bits are the biggest thing that keep us going. So I want to say a massive thank you to El Ravenger, Wraith, Fearless Sun, the Bacon Avenger, or just Bacon Avenger if you want to be informal, Sari Greenfire, Rhymes with Moose, J-Post, Tarlicus, Baron Sheep, Pun Spectre, Caffeine, Park Programs, Vanderbeest. Oh yeah, Wraith, you're right. Roll20 did host us today. Sorry. Park Programs, Vanderbeest, Thrame, Aperios Unlimited, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, Neopale, and Gilmar Greyjoy. By all of you, sincerely thank you. Your moderators... Sorry, Terra. Your moderator today was Caffeine, Rhymes and Moose, and Tarlicus, and those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Carl's illicit heroes. I'd like to say thank you to Neopale, Winged Lioness, Brawlertron, Atari Selbrecht? That one's hard without capitalization. Axes, Lead Fiend, The Sandwich Hungers, Wraith, you terror! Coffee Time, Busy Issues, Tilted Tom, that one sushi chef, Hamsternator, Hazasterus, Mr. Hammond, Jackmare, Dead Demise, Wraith Dagger, and Rogue Wesley. All of you lot throwing stuff in at the end, you ruddy terrors. So yeah, and also, thank you to Lucifer for doing the podcast cut, which is something I should have said to start with, but I didn't.
Also, D20 Music.
Oh, yes.
Shraiku for doing the video, and
Yep.
Death Metal Kyle for doing the music.
Yes. Those are all glorious peoples. Feck it, as we're gonna be... joining him tomorrow for some Divinity Original Sin, let me pass you all over to Joe Cat, because he is just eyeballs deep in some retro games, and I'm all about that life.
With the infographic was by Shraiku.
Yeah, so that lovely little visual, and the one that goes out with the tweets, that was made by Shraiku, who is ridiculously talented. I mean, as is Death Metal Kyle with the incredible intro music. But I find I have to listen to that on my lonesome now, so I don't get to have the same jam out with you lot. Could probably work out a way to sort it. Yeah, Wraith, Bucket Squad returns tomorrow, so for some Divinity Original Sin nonsense, we'll go from there. Right. I think that's all the thank yous hit. I'd love to say I'm going to go do something exciting. I'm going to go write out a bunch of spells in my spell book. And that's how cool I am.
I'm going to go find food.
I've heard Tale of Food. I've heard of its song. And I didn't get the chance to show off Tiny Emberlyn Burns today, so that was a great crime that I did. God, I didn't think I was a consummate professional. Right, all of you have an incredible weekend. See you tomorrow on Fiona's channel for Bucket Squads. But for the rest of at least this evening, have a lovely evening. And I'll see you soon. Ha. Pacha.